Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy Saturday, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. It's just gone 3:15 in the PM here in the UK. So that makes it 8:15 in the morning in Sullivan County, Tennessee. And yes, court is in session on a Saturday. This is a live broadcast. I'm not sharing footage from previous days. This is all new. This is live. The reason being, because the jury in this case are sequestered. So they're staying in a hotel. They're not going home after every day. So they may as well work on a Saturday. They did that in the Delphi case when the jury was sequestered in Delphi. They just worked the Saturday morning, and then the jury got essentially a day and a half off. But in this case, Judge Goodwin has said that court is going to be in session today between 10:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern. So, yeah, keeping the jury busy. You might as well. What else have they got to do? Hang around in a hotel getting bored because they're not allowed to do anything. So, yeah, so in about just over 10 minutes, the court will go live. I do have the court stream on in the background, so I will know when they go live. As soon as the court opens its cameras, I will know. I'm going to say a couple of flowers. I want to also share another little interview that Megan's attorney did last night with Ansley Daniel. Ansley Daniel gets all the good interviews. So it's only like 2 or 3 minutes long, but Jean Scott seems to be happy to talk. Happy to talk. So, yeah, share that in a minute. It's on WJHL. Hello, Linda. Oh, 2:15 a.m. Oh, on the other side of the world. Hi, JD. We've also got... let's have a look here. We've got B, we've got Rachel, Deborah, we got Angie Baby, Holly from Sullivan County, we got Elaine. Who else have we got? Who else have we got in here? We've got Kate. Yes. It's catching everybody out. Everybody out. It's not usual for court to be on a Saturday, but when a jury's sequestered, which is quite rare in itself, then, like I said, they might as well work at least part of a Saturday. So no, this is not a placeholder for Monday. This is today in 10 minutes. 10 minutes time. Hello, Casey Marie. Hello, Cheryl. Watching from Australia. It's already 1 a.m. on Sunday morning. Happy Sunday to all of those down under. Hello, Gemma. Hello, Mike. On another note, that Julia Sholnick woman and her absolute rubbish. Is that the woman who is claiming to be Madeleine McCann? Is that who you're talking about? I know she's Julia. I can't think of another Julia. Anyway. Hello, Terry. Courts here are closed on Saturdays. Yeah, well, again, this is not usual. He's probably opening the courthouse, like, especially for this trial. I'm sure the court staff are on overtime. Hello, Elle, Joe, who else? I'm nearly down the bottom. Cat Lover, Aurora. I know, I'm going to play it in a minute. Giraffe Jackie. Petunia, Popcorn, and M&M's. Interesting name. Hello, Laurie. Jacqueline. And can we get down the bottom? Cray Wolf, Wendy, Thunderhorse, Liz, Onyx, Mary, Lisa, CW. Hello. Been looking out your daughter's bedroom. What's more messy, the daughter's bedroom or the horse stable? I think I'd rather look out the horse stable than a young person's bedroom, honestly. Hello, Karen. Hello, Cold Case. See, Beth. All right. Hello, everyone. We got a few people coming in now. Okay, this I want to share first of all. So this is Ansley Daniel from WJHL. She is working overtime this week. She did great work on the Summer Wells case. She continues to do great work on the Summer Wells case. And she has been in this case since day one. She was one of the first people to interview Megan Boswell before she was arrested. All right, so this is Jean Scott. We've just got the court feed up, but there is no sound as of yet. As soon as there is sound, we will go live to the court feed. All right. If we have to stop this halfway through, we'll stop this halfway through. But as soon as I hear the court feed, I will switch to it. All right, let's go.
Yeah, Terry, court actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but I'm standing here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Jean Scott. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion. My investigator and investigator for the DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And let's also talk about how everyone that testified today said Megan stopped bringing Evelyn around at one point and then she changed. What exactly happened there?
I suspect it's going to show that, in fact, she does stop bringing Evelyn around the time she passed away. And I think a lot of people expect you to react in a certain way when someone dies, and no one acts the same. There's not an appropriate way to grieve. People grieve in different ways. I think one of the most telling things today was when Stacy said that Megan seemed numb. She initially said she was emotionless, but then she later said she seemed numb.
And let's also talk about when you were cross-examining Randy Wood. That was another witness that came in today. You asked him if his son Hunter had mentioned that someone could read his...
Oh, I was muted. Court's in session. Judge Goodwin is right here. We'll pick up that interview at the break or at the lunchtime. I'm guessing that the first break we're going to have is lunchtime. But it's interesting that we are probably going to find out who Evelyn's biological father is. That's the big take home. All right, I'm going to mute out now so we can listen to what they are saying in court.
Usually what I do in this situation is I put it down to like 60 to hope it goes faster. My husband loves that. Okay, so one day transfer is going to circle 7. Do what?
I'm up here with all the AV equipment that's off the anyway.
Sounds like a
Animal.
sounds like a recess to me. Get a nap. Do you mind if we go ahead and start getting the evidence in line to have it run smoothly while? Okay.
All right, well, they're doing a bit of admin. Let's see if we've got any questions. But I will pick up the interview again at lunchtime. At the lunchtime, I also want to talk about Hayden Manny. I did a short video about him earlier this morning on this channel. And the little boy was 4.5 when he mysteriously disappeared. I do believe he is deceased, and it's another Harmony Montgomery.
This is my cruise. I take us on cruises.
If you can bear it.
Or anywhere, really. This is called Post 40 Man.
I'm just going to mute that for a second because that prosecutor, the female prosecutor, I haven't caught her name yet, but she talks quite loudly. So even when she's not at the mic, you can hear her really loud. But yeah, so I want to talk about her, the Manis. It's only just come to light. Apparently, the cops were aware of it in September, but it's only just kind of hit the social media streets. And it's yet another case where everyone failed a child, 4.5 years old. He's now 9. So I was in a bit of a ranty mood this morning, honestly. I was a bit annoyed that it's yet another child. But there is one of the local news stations there who's done a piece on him. So I want to play that at the lunchtime. It's only short, but they've got some interviews with his granddad, so little Aiden's granddad, his aunts, and how they all lost touch with him. And everyone failed him. They should have tried harder. I do have some sympathy with him. I mean, they're all like devastated now, but they should have tried harder. And this is why I'm so thankful to Tommy Boswell in this case. That yes, he waited 2 months, but, you know, he gave Megan every chance. He gave her every chance. He gave her warnings, and then he did it. He blew the whistle. Whereas in little Aiden's case, no one blew the whistle. And he was last seen by his family on Christmas Eve in 2019. Well, we're now February 2025. So how on earth do they think the cops are going to find out what happened? It makes me mad. Oh, we got another person from cold Lancashire. Yeah, it is cold here today. It is cold here today. Oh, okay. Green team, Julia. Bad mouthing me, really? Well, I don't even know who she is. I have no idea who she is. So she is very welcome to badmouth me. She can call me every name under the sun. And it's so sad for her that I do not even know who she is. Oh, boo-hoo. All right. Who's the girl? Who's Julia who thinks that she's Madeleine McCann? Who's that girl? She's Julia, someone. Not heard from her for a while. She'll pop up again, I'm sure. All right, let's see if we've got any questions in. Oh, we got Barry from South Wales. No, your name's not Barry, but Barry in South Wales. We've got someone from Scotland. Let's have a look here. Oh, yeah, they are sequestered because of the publicity. Because they've got a jury out of Sullivan County. So they didn't move the trial or try to get the jury from somewhere else. They've stayed in Sullivan County. And I think that's the best thing to do where it's possible. We got Denmark in the house. What about the booms blew off yesterday? I don't know what that means. But yeah, we are, according to Gene Scott, going to find out, it's in the record, who Evelyn's biological father is. But I'm also glad that he said that the issue with the text messages has been sorted out. You know, those screenshots they were showing. Glad that was sorted out. So I hope that we can go without a hitch today. I had lots of hitches yesterday, lots of waiting around yesterday, lots of sidebars because there was an issue with one of the exhibits. But I'm glad that they've got all that sorted out. And we can get a good run at this. So I don't know who's expected to testify today. So they finished the police officer last night who showed the photos of all of Evelyn's stuff just like chucked into a shed on Tommy's property. So she finished. So we're starting with a brand new witness once they get going. The bedroom's definitely the worst. Give me Stables any day. I thought you might say that. Young people's bedrooms are they're a health hazard at the best of times. Do you believe Hunter's finally been on meth so long he's suffering from drug-induced psychosis? His parents will reduce punishment in every way possible for him. Okay. I mean, you might be right. So what we found out yesterday from Hunter's dad is that he is unavailable to come in and give testimony because he is in a mental health facility. So according to his dad, he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia, but it could easily be drug-induced psychosis, same symptoms. Hunter, of course, for those who are not quite keeping up, Hunter is the boyfriend that Megan got at the same week that Evelyn was murdered. So Hunter's never been charged with anything connected to this case. I'm sure they looked at him long and hard. I don't think Hunter is responsible in any way. Megan trying to implicate him. Yet another person she tried to implicate. Yet another person that she tried to implicate. I don't think is genuine. I think that was just another lie. I think she is responsible. I think she did it. There was only her that had the motive. There was only her that had the means and, you know, the knowledge of Tommy's property. Why would anyone else put put Evelyn in the playhouse? If someone else had murdered her, like if Hunter had disposed of her body, why would he choose the playhouse? There's no reason why anybody would choose a playhouse other than Megan. It's personal only to Megan. So yeah, I think one thing that the defense is able to do, because Megan has implicated so many people, it sows reasonable doubt in the jury's mind that, oh, well, could it have been Hunter? Could it have been an accidental death and then Hunter disposed of the body? And all then Megan would have to really, you know, be guilty of is the lying to the cops. So that's how they're going to use it. It's just for reasonable doubt. Here we go. All right. Let's turn the sound back up here. Oh, he's now turned the sound off. But the sound on is here. The sound on here. We are waiting for Judge Goodwin to turn on the sound. Channel link in chat. Channel link. Oh, join link. I can put the join link in. Here's the join link. Or you can just go to the channel homepage and click join. If you're on an iPhone or an iPad, you will have to go in via Safari or a web browser rather than the app to do it. Thank you for joining the Dashing Photo Cat. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Secret Agents Club. Welcome. Is it confirmed that Hunter was on drugs? Yeah, well, either drugs or alcohol. He was stopped for a DUI in 2021. So there's an ongoing court issue with that. So resisting arrest, aggravated assault, driving under the influence, it's all there. We got up his record yesterday during one of the many breaks. So either drink or drug, some substance or other, and driving while he was inebriated. So yeah, in short, they are having court on Saturday because the jury's sequestered. Looking at the pictures inside her house, you can now understand why Dad made her move out. Exactly. Can you imagine? Can you imagine living with that? Can you imagine? You know, she'd just be expecting everybody else to clean up after her. So they gave her a trailer of her own, like, you know, knock yourself out, be as messy as you want. It's just a shame that baby Evelyn had to live in that. You know, Megan could do whatever she wanted. She could be as messy as she liked, but unfortunately, baby Evelyn had to also live in it. It would be interesting to know if the foil on the baby's head is the thick kind that a restaurant uses. Yeah, possibly. I don't know. They might not even consider that, honestly. Does anyone know if they've said an approximate time the trial will last? Approximately 3 weeks. That's what they've said, like as an estimate. There has been a lot of witnesses already. They got through, I think it was 10 witnesses on day 2. And then, yeah, they were slow yesterday, but we did get through a good few witnesses yesterday as well. A big Oklahoma howdy to everyone. Howdy, howdy. Ontario, Canada. These adverts on live streams are doing your head in. Well, it's YouTube. They're trying to force everybody to get YouTube Premium to circumvent the ads. It's only quite recent that they've been putting ads on live streams. But I have Premium, so I have to log into my other account to have a look what ads are doing. Because this account that I'm on, I've got Premium attached to it, so I don't see any ads. I don't even think about ads until somebody mentions. But yeah, apparently YouTube has been putting lots of ads on. You don't see half these people Michelle speaks to. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, okay. All right. Julia Wandolt. Okay. Hello, Pink Show. Good to see you. I'm going up the chat rather than down, so I'm going into the past. Yeah, it was interesting that Megan told the cops that she was living at Hunter's. So, and she told Tommy, like Tommy Boswell's testimony on day 2, he said that she moved out because he got the trailer cleaned and ready to be rented out by someone else. So she told him that she'd moved out. But yet Hunter's dad said that she only stayed about 3 nights in their house. So where she was staying other times, we don't know. But after Evelyn was murdered, she seemed to be like even more nomadic than she'd been before. Who had custody of Megan before she went into foster care? She was living at her dad's property. Her dad. She'd spent most of her childhood with her grandparents, but she was living on her dad's property. And they kicked her out. She was just too much. All right, here we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The jury's ready to bring them in.
Jury's ready. All right, you know.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Does any juror have anything to report about those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors have raised their hand. General, turn it to
State would call Steve Williams.
Steve.
raise your hand. State your name.
Steve Williams.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about you, the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. So help you.
Yes, sir, I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Scoot up close to the mic. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Thank you. There you go. You're Steve Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you were previously employed with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How long were you employed there?
Just under 34 years.
So back in February of 2020, were you working at the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And what was your position or assignment there within the Sheriff's Office?
I was lieutenant over criminal investigations.
And during that time in February of 2020, did you assist in the investigation of a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I did.
And specifically, did you participate in interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at the time at which you interviewed Miss Boswell, had other detectives already spoken with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you know what she had already told them?
Yes.
All right. So what was the information or what did you know about Evelyn's disappearance and Miss Boswell's involvement before you went in to talk with her?
I just knew that she had told that her daughter was missing, that it come in through DCS that her daughter was missing. And we was trying to follow up on her daughter being missing.
Okay. Where did you talk with her?
At the sheriff's office in criminal investigations division in the interview room.
Okay. And this interview room, does it have the ability to sit outside and listen to the interview as they're going on?
Yes.
All right. Did you listen to the interviews that were done by the other detectives?
Some of them and parts of them. I can't say I heard every one of them.
All right. And is this interview room located over at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And is that here in Bluntville and Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went in to speak with her, let me ask you this, what was your approach in speaking with her? Did you take a different tack than the other detectives had taken, or?
Well, I just went in and was just being nice to her and trying to talk with her. I reckon you'd say civilly and not browbeat her or anything.
All right. And was your interview with her recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have a chance to watch that interview?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate recording of that interview that you had with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I'm going to move to introduce that as exhibits 182.
No objection.
And at this time, I would ask to play that for the jury.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Sue Williams. Hold on just a second, okay? I'm going.
I can't go nowhere.
They've been talking to you about your child, right?
Yeah.
And where was the last time you saw your child? I'm coming on to tell her.
Right after Christmas.
Where?
Ethan.
Okay. And you say Ethan, does that mean Ethan's in Louisiana or Ethan's?
In Bluntville. Like I told him, I don't know if he took and dropped her off somewhere right after I dropped her to him, but I don't know what's going on.
Where did you give her to Ethan at?
Bluntville. I was your grandparents'
Okay. And what's his grandparents' name?
I know his grandma's name is Sherry, but I do not know his grandpa's name.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Once or twice.
And you've met him?
I've met Carl.
And that's his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you I didn't know his name, but as soon as you asked me, it fit right on that.
that's no problem.
Am I asking questions here all night?
No. We'll be done in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Why, you in a hurry?
I mean, like, no, but if they're going to keep questioning me and keeping me lying, like I want an attorney.
Okay.
Because I'm not lied to them.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last time you saw your child was at Ethan's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you took your child to Ethan's grandparents' house, right?
Right, but I never walked in. We stood in the driveway.
Okay. And what was you driving?
I was driving my Cruise that I don't have anymore. It was a red 2018 Cruise. It's like a little Chevy sedan.
Yeah. Okay. And was Ethan staying there?
I mean, I guess he was. I don't know. He just had me come up there.
Did you see Ethan there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see his grandfather there?
No. Me and Ethan stood outside and talked. Kind of like away from the house.
Okay.
Like the house was like over here where he parked his car was like towards the trees of the house. And we were standing like towards this side of his car.
Okay. And you dropped Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
And
Put the car in his car and everything.
what kind of car was he driving?
A 2018 Nissan Versa. It's black.
Okay. And then that was Christmas Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after Christmas Day, do you communicate with,
He won't talk to me.
but
On New Year's Eve, and sort of on New Year's, I guess, me and him argue back and forth.
on text message or,
No,
or actual?
on the phone.
Okay. So actually talking.
Yes. He would get mad and hang up, and then I'd call back, and he'd answer for a little bit, get mad and hang up, and just quit answering.
Did he say he had Evelyn in?
Yes.
And I left him tons of voicemails, and I was like, look, like, if you want me to leave where I'm at, like, I'll come spend New Year's with you and Evelyn. Like, I just want us to be there as a family, you know what I mean? But I'll come to where you are.
Where was he at then?
I think he was at his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Friend around here or friend?
Friend around here.
Okay. And you don't know who his friend is?
He doesn't tell me anything.
Okay. How long have y'all dated before?
Like 3 years, maybe 4.
Okay. But you didn't
3
know
years,
his-
yeah.
And you didn't know his friend?
No, I was never allowed to be around any of his friends.
Okay. And then, did you ever call him and say, hey, where's Evelyn? It's been,
I've tried to
2
call
weeks.
and he won't answer. I would leave voice messages, he wouldn't call back. And honestly, like I was telling them, like I had Evelyn for like over a year and he never checked on her and I had to support her by myself. So when I got here, I was like, you can take care of your daughter for a little bit. Not that I don't love my daughter or want to be with her, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, you don't help me at all. Like I want you to see how it feels, no help.
so he didn't help you financially or
No.
taking care of her?
No.
He was in the military.
Yeah, like he would never even be like, hey, like, is she okay? Or like try to check on her, help me at all.
Does
You
he
know-
live in a house there?
I don't know.
And you don't know where she's at? And the last time you saw her was Christmas? Right.
Right.
Have you went to his grandparents' house? And
Yeah, but nobody was there when I went.
Okay. Have you called them and asked them where she's at? Okay. And what brought you here today?
I guess my dad called.
So you still haven't heard from her, but somebody's called about her,
Yeah.
right? And you have no idea where she's at? Okay. Have you tried to find her?
I mean, yeah, like I called, you won't answer me. I didn't know he went back to the Army until today. Like that was news to me when they came in here like, oh, he's from Louisiana.
Have you went to court
No.
to try?
To be honest with you, I was really trying to be civil over it, and like I said, I supported her for like over a year, and I was like, if you want to keep her for a little bit, like that's fine by me, you know what I'm saying? My mom had a baby when I was like 12, 13, I don't remember, it's 2013, so I guess I was 12. And like I had to basically raise him. She knows I was 15, like I had to basically raise her, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was like I had 3 kids all the time.
Okay.
And I was like, it's his kid, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, like, by all means, you know what I mean, I'm all for it. And like I said, something I don't love Evelyn or want to be with her, but it's just, you know what I mean, it is what it is.
Is he have a girlfriend?
Ethan? He might, I don't know, he used to. She lived in like, I don't know if they were dating, let me take that back. He was talking to her, but she lived in like really sketchy apartments in East Hawaii, like the government house and one. I'll say they were cloud, but I guess that's torn down, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
So if you was guessing where she was at, where would you say she was at?
I don't know if he dropped her off from her or somebody or what he did, so I don't know.
Well, but they have to be somebody he trusted. to
Right.
drop her off. So who would you think that he would trust besides his grandparents?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I didn't know he really talked to his grandparents that much. Ethan never told me anything about his personal life. Like, especially after he got in the Army, like, he just was not talking about it. I don't care how much I cried, he just was not talking about it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And also, when he was in the Army, he'd go, like, months without talking to me,
Well,
before and after I had Evelyn.
if you're in the military, sometimes you're out in the field and stuff like that, you can't just.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes he would just get mad and just not talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, long periods of time. And I know that wouldn't be.
Right. Okay. So if you could help us right now find her, where would you tell us to look?
I don't know who Ethan hangs out with.
Does he have Facebook?
Yeah.
Does he go stuff on Facebook?
Not really.
Do you have Facebook?
Mhm.
Do you have communicating on Facebook?
He does not respond. I think he's blocked me on Facebook now. He blocked me on Instagram. So he didn't want to talk to me.
Did you participate in any other interviews with the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Thank you for asking. What time did you take this interview?
I don't recall what time of day it was. I think it was in the evening.
Okay. It's my understanding at this point that Megan had been interviewed by Tracy Haraz, a DCS worker, and then later by Michelle Gillum, and then you. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact order of the people who went in and interviewed before me or after me. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Okay. Your interview and those other interviews that day, they were basically a continuation of the same interview with different people. Is that?
There were several officers and agents that interviewed, or several officers that interviewed that day.
Okay, but was it basically a continuation? I've talked to her, now you go talk to her and see if you get more.
Yes.
At one point, she asked you for an attorney,
No, sir.
but you didn't feel like she did.
No, sir. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
Okay.
She didn't say I want an attorney. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
You had instructed her not to go anywhere.
The sheriff's office is a secure facility, and we can't have people walking up and down the halls of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so she wasn't free to leave the room she was in.
If she wanted,
Well,
Overruled for now.
after she asked for an attorney, let me ask you this: had she been Mirandized?
yes, she had.
Did you do that?
No,
You know who did?
no, sir.
How do you know she had?
Because we'd seen the interview. And we wouldn't be in there talking to her if she hadn't been Mirandized.
But you don't know who did it, and you can't say that you did it.
I can say that I didn't do it.
You can say that you didn't do it, right?
That's correct.
But you can't say who did.
No, sir.
And as it relates to her question for an attorney, this will be kind of my last question on that. You didn't stop questioning her. You said, do you want to talk to me? You continued asking her questions, correct?
That's correct, because she never asked for an attorney.
Was that the entirety of the interview we saw?
Yes, I was walking out the door and she asked me if she needed an attorney, and I can't answer that for her.
So she asked you about that again?
She asked me if she needed one, and I can't answer that for her. She's 18, old enough to go in the military, old enough to fight in war, so I can't answer that for her. She's an adult.
What time did you come on shift that day? Do you know?
I usually come to work at 8 o'clock, but I can't tell you that day. It was probably 8 a.m.
I'm just trying to nail down the time period.
It would have probably been in the evening if I was guessing late afternoon.
By late afternoon, you mean before 6 o'clock?
It would have been right around 6 o'clock if I was guessing that day.
Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. You too.
You read it?
Hang on.
Is he free to go?
Yes. Let's see.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Your listening understanding is ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
State recall Joey Strickler.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Joseph Strickler.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us your, actually just spell your last name for us for the record?
Strickler, Strickler.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The Second Judicial District Attorney General's Office
How long have you been employed there?
since September of 2021.
Okay. And what is your title there?
Victim Witness Coordinator.
Okay. And prior to that, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes. Sullivan, excuse
Okay,
me.
go ahead. Tell me where. Yeah.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What was your title at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Captain of Criminal Investigations.
Okay. And how long had you been captain of criminal investigations?
I was with the department for 30 years before I retired, and two different occasions. It was several years.
Okay. So could you give the jury just a brief rundown of your experience with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
I started out in as a when I graduated from college, I started out as a corrections officer and worked my way up to a patrolman, and from patrolman went into detective division, and then worked my way up through the ranks there to being a captain over the criminal investigation division.
Right. And were you employed in that capacity in late 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in working the case of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in this investigation?
Was the captain over criminal investigations. My main duty was administrative, and basically what I was doing was being a conduit between our agency and the FBI, the TBI, the district attorney's office, the staff and command of the sheriff's office, and also helping out any way that I can with making sure they had the resources they needed and the manpower.
Okay. So you're essentially a liaison between the different agencies that were working this investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally interview Megan Boswell at some point?
Yes, I did.
And was that on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day, did you conduct more than one interview of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Okay. To your knowledge, and you may not know this, had the defendant been interviewed by anyone else that day prior to you speaking with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Where did these interviews take place?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Detective Division's interview room.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Was the interview video and audio recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who was present during the interview?
Myself and Miss Boswell.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity prior to court to fully watch both interviews in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll go to the first video. Is that a fair, since you've watched it, is it a fair and accurate representation of the first interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number
183.
183.
Any objection? No, sir.
And then permission to play it at this time for the jury.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Joey Stricker. I'm the captain of criminal investigations. They called your boyfriend Hunter,
Yeah,
and he's supposed to be, I reckon he's supposed to be coming to big kid. So,
I was wondering how my mom can get me.
oh, you want your mom, not him?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Take care of
Okay,
that.
well, can I ask you something you answer me honestly? Okay, so like when I got on the other cop's car, he was telling me like Hunter had like orders of protection against him or like domestic assault or something.
I can find out. I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Oh, I could tell you that if I knew it, but I can find out for you.
Can you?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to name like he does, like I just really like, don't want to be around that kind of person, you know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find out for you. Give me a second. Hey, Bryce. They're calling right now.
But tell him that mom can get me.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You know, I've been watching, those videotapes. I've been watching it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a cop for 30 years. And it breaks my heart to see a young lady like you, and you have a child. We don't know where it's at.
Did you watch me cry? I was trying not to cry for them.
That's okay, though. That's okay. Okay? Because the fact of the matter is, you go to Maggie, is that right? That precious little baby somewhere. I don't know. And I honestly believe, I want to believe that you would tell us in a heartbeat if you knew where that child was at. And is there any way that you can think, maybe help me to find that little baby?
I really don't know what song to tell me that cry.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay? It's okay. I know you've not seen her in a while. And I know, we've been talking to Ethan. We've had him on the phone. We've had his captain on the phone. And we've been talking and trying to find this baby. Is there any way that somebody has that baby that's a friend of yours or a family member that's afraid that if they're afraid to tell us, or they're afraid that you'll tell us, so they want to keep.
I don't know if you know that I dropped her off somewhere. What happened? So I was trying really hard to cry, but I was like thinking about her. I dropped her off, and she's asked what she's wearing and stuff like that, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please, we're just trying to find out what happened to that whole thing. And, I'm a daddy, and it breaks my heart to know that this child could be with someone that don't love it, that don't take care of it, or God forbid something bad's happened to that baby. And, you know, the thing about it is, everybody's going to point back to you because you're the mama. And you're the mama that let the baby go. When I say let the baby go, I mean, you're the one that took the baby and said, here.
I know, but I was giving her to her dad, and I thought it was okay.
You say you thought it'd be okay. Do you think something's happened to it?
I mean, no, but I mean, I didn't think that, you know, I wasn't going to see her from a that time or something like that. What I did, when I was started happening, I was like, oh, well, I don't want to be my mom, just to try to like solve myself. I don't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person who does all that, you know what I mean? And like, I just learned her for over a year about myself. And I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, it's fine.
But how old are you, Max?
18.
You're just a young lady yourself. You're a brand new mama, and you don't live in a different world, buddy. And I can understand you feeling that way and saying, hey, you know, I just want a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to be me before I have to be a mama. And you had all these things that happened so quick to you, you know, it's, bless your heart. My heart goes out to you. But I'm telling you, we've got to find that little thing. We've got to find her. And do you remember when she broke her arm? Somebody said she broke her arm.
I don't know if she actually broke her arm or not. I just know it was bruised. I never saw it, so I don't know.
You never saw the bruise?
No.
Did this happen after you had gave her to you? Okay. Well, now, when they say that you dropped the baby off at his parents?
His grandparents.
His grandparents?
Me and him stood outside. We didn't go in.
And where was the baby at?
On my hip. And then I let her kind of like go to him to get used to him. And I stayed about 30 minutes and she was fine.
So did the grandparents ever come out?
No.
They never come out?
No.
Okay. And then that was the last time you seen her?
No, I saw her the next day.
You went back and seen her the
Just
next
for a second. Me and brought into it. He told me to leave.
Okay, who was with you when you went back?
It was just me.
Just you. Now, was you dating anybody during that time after you left?
Hunter. But I didn't really tell me and Ethan were into it.
Okay, so you went from Ethan to Hunter. Okay, how long do you know Ethan? Can you tell me a little bit about him? I mean,
I met him my freshman year of high school.
Where'd you go to school at?
Central.
Okay, so you just graduated last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so, wow. And where'd you meet Ethan at?
At school.
So he went to Central also. Okay. And then he got in, he joined the Army, is that correct? Okay. So the last time you seen your daughter was sometime around Christmas, the day after that you dropped him off, you went and he didn't want to let you talk with her, be with her or anything. Was there a confrontation or anything? He just basically ran you off or say, hey, you're not talking to
I think he just basically ran me off.
Okay. When you all met down in El Paso, when you went down there, did you all just meet down there and you turn around and come back home with
No, I
him?
stayed for a little bit. He didn't come back home until a couple weeks after.
And did you bring the baby back with you? You had the baby with you and you brought it back, okay. And then where was you staying at that time?
My dad went to trailer park and I was staying in one of his trailers.
Okay. And your dad's
Talking.
Okay. So you stayed at these trailers and in the trailer park, where's that located at?
You know where Sugar Hall is?
I sure
like
do.
on the corner of Sugar Hall and Boswell.
Oh, yeah, I know where that's at.
They're like storage units across from it.
Yeah, that's up there close to Moody's, the restaurant, or little restaurant place.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you stayed there and then you moved down there and moved in with Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Hunter ever see the baby?
Yeah.
Hunter
Not much, I won't lie to you, just because I'm worried about bringing Evelyn around people, you know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
And also at the time, I'm not gonna lie, Hunter told me his on probation, we were talking about before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, iffy on who I bring her around, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you was thinking that you're doing the best for your baby by,
Not having her around.
him, and
I know that sounds bad, but like now that I know him better, I don't think he's that person or be wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I only known him about like a couple of weeks when I'm dealing with him, you know, when I was kind of like taking me out, you know.
okay.
They really having real together.
But that led you to, I guess what I'm trying to say though is, that was a natural route for you to go as far as if you wanted someone to watch Evelyn was take her to Ethan.
Yeah, her dad.
Her dad. Okay. Okay. Wow. We're fixing to send out what's called a nationwide alert. So we're trying to find this baby, and I don't know what's going to happen. I just pray to the good Lord above that we're going to find her, and we're going to find her alive, and find her well taken care of. Because I've been doing this a long time, and the worst thing that's ever had to deal with is the death of a child, or a baby that's been hurt, or a baby that's been abused. And I have a lot of nightmares about that, and it's been too many to count through the years. And all I want to do is stand up for that little baby that may not be able to stand right now. And I need your help. I do. I need your help. And if you can think of any way, fashion, or form, to know where that baby's at, or where, just to point me in the right direction, please tell me. Please tell me. I want to bring it back in. Bring her back in.
I don't know.
Is there any way that can you tell me a reason why that you didn't reach out since Christmas to the family to try to find Evelyn and talk to her? Just eat up and even put her on the phone, let me speak to her.
Because I was really just trying to resolve two meetings, to be honest with you.
You was what?
Just trying to resolve the treatment.
So, tell me what you think? What do you think happened?
I don't know if he's taken her into contract with someone else for.
You think you could have hurt her?
No.
Would you hurt her?
No.
Would Hunter hurt her?
No. He used to get like mad and like threaten me all the time, but he never actually like did anything. You know what I mean?
Did he ever show any aggression or anger toward your little baby?
No, no.
You never seen that?
No.
You said that she had a bruise on her arm earlier. Do you know how that bruise happened? That you think is maybe
Fell off the bed. That's what I was told.
where at?
And Ethan.
Did that happen? Did you ever see the bruise and stuff? You never did see the bruise or the broke arm or anything like that. So you did have some telephone conversation apparently with Ethan about her.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is weird because the thing that we're being told is that by him, he's like, I've not seen her.
He has seen her. I swear to you, he has.
When the last time you seen that little thing?
On Christmas Eve. He had her then, but I had her for a little bit on Christmas. So me and my family told her to went fishing forage every Saturday night. And I came back Christmas Day, and I got her stuff that I got her. And I got, like the stuff that my brother got her and stuff, and I took it to him.
There on, off of Hartown? Did you get to see her that day?
Yeah.
What did you take to her that day?
I don't know what my brother got her, but I got her like a little horse and like baby shark stuff and clothes and stuff like that.
So sad. I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Like I've told you before, I've been doing it a long time. And in cases like this, the fingers point toward the mama. And it points toward you because, for one reason, is that you willingly took the baby to Ethan. I understand why. I mean, you're telling me why you did that. But then, of course, he's not saying something didn't happen there. It was not right. That's what he said, of course. We got to find the baby. We've got to find Evelyn. Got to find her. Take care of her. And if it's a situation where, that you don't feel like that you can take care of her, then I promise you, we'll find some people to take care of her, that little thing for you. And I promise you that. We'll do everything we can to get you help and get her help to take care of her. But we got to find her.
When you all find her, does this mean I won't come see her anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. Does not mean that at all. But I can tell you this, if you think for a second, a little sliver that you might know where she might be. Well, hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, go with the officer, please.
One stand, please.
Yes.
You may be seated. Thank you.
We'll be in recess up 10, 15 minutes. If you can sit down. There's no discussion.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's have a break. No, I don't think Hunter had anything to do with it. I don't. Unless it's another lie. And she actually knew Hunter longer than she said. Because, look, according to Megan, she only met Hunter on the 2nd of December when she filled out the application form for the job at the chicken shack. And then she started work at the chicken shack on the... I just threw myself onto mute then. Just for no reason whatsoever. Hold on. All right, I should be back. I should be back with you. Okay. At least I didn't kick myself out completely. Yeah, so the 3rd of December was the day she started working at the chicken shack. And then from the 5th of December onwards, people who knew Megan, who saw Megan regularly, started to say that Megan didn't have Evelyn with her. So it was very quick succession from her starting to work at the chicken shack to Evelyn not being seen with Megan. So I can believe that Hunter never met Megan. Hunter never met Evelyn. Unless she knew Hunter before that, and Hunter had been, I don't know, staying at the trailer for much longer and knew much more about Megan's life. And then maybe I could say, well, maybe he knows something. I don't think he did anything, but maybe he knows something. Maybe he knows more than what he's ever let on. And that still could be the case. Like after Evelyn was murdered, how do we know that she didn't confide in him? That, you know, he's the one person that she confided in. How do we know that all his mental health problems that he's got now aren't related to guilt of knowing what he knows and holding that all in for such a long time? We don't know that, do we? So all we can say is only Megan had the motive, only Megan had the means to dispose of Evelyn where she was found. And all of those many, many baby items that were just thrown into the shed on Tommy's property, why would anyone else want to do that? If anyone else had murdered a baby, why would they take all of that stuff and throw it in a shed? I mean, it's ridiculous to do that anyway. Like, why didn't she dispose of it at some kind of, I don't know, landfill site or something? Why didn't she, like, completely trash it? Why leave it all there as evidence? So it doesn't work. The quick turnaround of getting the job, meeting Hunter, and then Evelyn disappearing, it doesn't work. Like, if you were, I mean, Hunter and Megan, if they'd only just met, why would Hunter want to murder a baby? He's only just met the baby's mother. Why would he want to murder the baby? He doesn't have there's no motive there. The motive is in Megan's head because she wants to keep this man. And she wants to keep this man so much that she's prepared to murder her own baby to get rid of the responsibility. Some random boyfriend who's only just met Megan doesn't have the motive to murder Evelyn. So that's where I'm at with it. Yeah, Hunter went on local news and said he'd never met Evelyn. Yeah. I mean, look, could he have met Evelyn? Yeah, sure. Could he have lied to the news? Yeah, absolutely. But if the timeline is accurate, then I've done it again. I keep muting myself. I've done it yet again. I keep knocking my mic out. I'm trying to put my charger in. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we are. All right. All right. in doing all this. I keep knocking myself out. Right, we're good. Good. So, no, she's not that bright. But then again, she got away with it for 2 months. It was only because her dad blew the whistle. Like, other people were suspicious, but didn't challenge her. You know, didn't think it was their place or whatever. But what's this break for? What happened? He was unstable. Who, Hunter? Well, again, if he'd only just met Megan, why would he murder the baby? Hunter would be like, oh well, this chick's got a baby. I'm not gonna get involved with her. But Megan wants him. Evelyn's in the way, so she gets rid of Evelyn. The motive's on her, not on him. Yeah, Hunter had a DUI. Yeah, we looked at his record yesterday. Like, there's still an ongoing court thing with him. But that was 2021 when he got that. Yeah, unless they met earlier, yeah. If they met earlier, then that's another lie she's told. Yeah. The diaper rash, the new job, stopping the babysitter, the condition of the trailer. Seems like something caused Megan to spiral quickly and triggered her to commit the act she did. Yes. And you would think that just meeting a new boyfriend wouldn't be that trigger. But for somebody like Megan, who may have been, I don't know, harboring resentment towards Evelyn for whatever reason, might have been that push she needed to just get rid of her. You know, she wanted a new life, and Hunter was, you know, that new life. She wanted that more than she wanted her kid. Yeah, Megan wore a mask. Yeah, and we see how easily she lies. So she's not just learnt to lie like that overnight, has she? She's probably been lying all her life. And maybe another lie was how much she loved Evelyn. Maybe that was a lie. And actually, she'd resented Evelyn for the entire year that Evelyn was alive. Maybe she'd held that resentment in, and now, you know, getting the new man is that final straw. It's not the only thing, because it seems extreme if that's the only thing that triggered her to murder her baby, like getting a new man, if that's the only thing, that seems incredibly extreme and just nonsensical. But if you put it under the, well, she's harboring resentment for Evelyn for an entire year, and then Hunter, the new man, the prospect of a new life, that's the final straw. That's the thing that tips her over the edge to actually do something and murder Evelyn. That makes a lot more sense, that there's that resentment, and everybody who thought that Megan was a good mother and, you know, everybody thought that she was dead close to Evelyn, all that was a lie. That Evelyn was resented, but Megan was wearing a mask and covering it all up. That makes a lot more sense than her getting a new man and just murdering her daughter for no other reason than she's got a new man. Have the cause and manner of death been given yet? Yeah, the manner of death is homicide. The cause of death is asphyxiation. We haven't heard from the medical examiner yet, but we heard from a forensic pathologist who gave evidence at a pre-trial hearing in September of 2022. So I do have that hearing and that testimony over on Michelle Walks. You'll have to scroll back to September 2022. I did play a clip from it yesterday, and I did a live stream the other day, one of my trial prep live streams, where I played some clips from it. So we know that. But we haven't heard from the medical examiner who did the autopsy. Hunter has since fathered a baby, has he really? Maybe her dad kicking her out triggered her. Well, Evelyn wasn't born when that happened. That's right. You're absolutely right, Jadzia. As soon as someone becomes inconvenient to a psychopath, their life is at risk. Yes, I agree. I agree. Has Megan ever accused that he disposed of the body, but not that he murdered her? She said the death was an accident. That came out in an interview that was done there too. That's right. She wanted freedom from responsibility. Yeah, absolutely. But any number of people would have taken Evelyn, no problem. Didn't need to kill her baby. All right. Looks like we're back. Being a liar doesn't make her a murderer. Hell, are you sticking up for Megan here? Or you think Megan's innocent? I'd be interested in knowing your rationale for that. No, being a liar doesn't make her a murderer, but I'd be interested in your rationale as to why you might think she isn't a murderer.
One stand, please.
Just like Casey Anthony. Yeah, very much like Casey Anthony. The resentment built up, and the kid pays the price. All right, moving out. Court's back in session.
You may be seated. Thank you. All right. Go ahead and take it back up.
I mean, be around that. If he's an abuser and stuff that you didn't know about, you don't need to be around that. And I'm, we'll find out. And I'll find out if your mom can come and pick you up, okay? And,
I don't know her number, Hunter has it.
has it?
Hunter does it, so I'll probably speak to you, call him, tell her to come get me.
Oh, okay, tell her, okay. We'll find out.
Thank
No problem.
Okay, so now moving to, well, prior to the second interview, you stepped out for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of how long you were out before you came back into the room?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
Okay, and that's fine. So the second video, you also had an opportunity to watch it in its entirety?
Yes.
And it is also a fair and accurate representation of the second interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020.
Yes.
We'd ask that that may be made exhibit number 184, please.
Objection. All right, the full exhibit 184.
And permission to play it for the jury.
I have, I got been a couple of times, and I've got my own opinions about this stuff. But, just something just not adding up. It's just not adding up. And, if there's something that, you think in your mind, anyway, fashion and form that you could think.
Well, I was talking to Dad today. He's already talking small and that she's having all this story go down. She's gonna have to disappear. That she's gonna go to jail. I don't know what's going on.
Your mom had that something?
I don't know. That's all he told me today. I don't know what's going on.
So Tommy told you
And all this started going on, because he called her the night before he talked to you all, and he told her what he was going to do, and then she said, well, you can't do that. This is what he told me, like, I'll have to disappear. I can't go back to that. I don't know what. I hope she didn't do anything too.
See, but I thought Ethan had the baby.
I thought he was too good, but this is just what I told her this morning. I promise you, I talked to him on the phone on my way down here, because I called my grandma first. I wanted to stop down there for a few my parents. I've never had any talk to you, when he called me, he started telling me.
So Tommy told you that he has talked to.
No, this was before he called up here,
Okay, but he has talked to your mom.
a couple days ago. And that, he told me that he lied to her, well, and me, and said that DCS was going to do a whole visit on Elijah because he thought that she was going to resolve it.
And so he basically, but what he said to Angel, man, help me with this. But he told Angel that he was going to send DCS to.
Check out Evelyn and stuff. And he told me that she said, oh, like, I'll have to leave, but like nobody can ever find me again, like I'm going to jail and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm not being biased. That's just a lot of things.
Okay. And then Angel said that she was going to run out, but she was going to leave and stuff.
Well, that's what she told Dad apparently. And Dad told me that he lied to her and said that DCS was going to come do a check-up on Elijah so he could get him from her, my little brother. And then when they met at Eagle, that like she was crying and like wouldn't say anything to Dad or anything like that.
Okay.
And she was kind of freaking out. I'm sorry, I just always had like so much faith in my mom, and the fact that even the thought that she would do anything just really like, I'm sorry, that's what my first question was saying, have you all talked to her? Then yesterday, the whole way up here, she was like, bitching at me, saying that like, I won't lie, I lied, she didn't run out of gas, she just wanted to tell me.
I do.
I'm sorry.
You wouldn't tell them, that's hard work, so you wouldn't tell them the truth.
I'm sorry. But she was like bitching at me and saying that she wasn't coming up here, she didn't want you to be like seen, blah, 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 stuff like that.
You didn't
Want to be seen,
she wanted to be okay.
stuff like that.
Do you think she's in that car, that BMW?
Yeah,
Was the last time you seen her, she's in the BMW?
yeah, so she got me out to Evelyn Boswell.
Oh, okay. That was the day that you walked up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Was McLeod with her?
Yeah,
Did he drive or did she drive?
he usually drives.
Did he usually drive it?
He was driving that day.
Okay, and whose car is that? Whose Beamer is that?
Well, Hunter gave it to her, but he didn't get the title on it over there.
Okay, so that car should be in Hunter's name.
I think it's his brother's name, that's why he didn't get the title on it over there. It was Hunter's car, but Tanner was gonna buy it, and then Tanner backed out on it.
And he got mad at you, we wrecked or something in the front end.
Yeah, on like the passenger side fender wheel, I guess. Like it's kind of like popped out, it's kind of big, and the headlights. A lot dimmer on that side.
Okay. But that's who it should be in, okay. And,
Well, Tanner's first name is Austin. I mean, I don't know if you all know that, but it's Austin.
I'm sure we got that. And McLeod usually driving.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions with that, because I'm just trying to clarify things. Are they just ate up the dope?
I mean, he is. I don't.
Listen, if I'm gonna tell you something, Maggie. I've got a girl, I've got a daughter, and my daughter she's older now, she's 25 years old. But I love my daughter dearly. I want to ask you something. Do you love your little girl?
Yeah.
I'll call your heart. Okay. Okay. Now, that's what I'm getting to. Is we need you to help us. Because everybody, we're trying our best to find her. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care one bit about putting anybody in jail or anything. I want her back. If I can get her back and we can get you straightened out in your life and everything good together, y'all can come back together again. There's no doubt in my mind we can work those things out. No doubt in my mind we can work those things out. But we gotta get her back.
I know.
And so, with that being said, I just want you to be completely honest with me. No more feeling or anything like that. Completely honest. Are they running dope? Are they just using heavy? What's their drug
They're
control?
just using. I don't know what she does. The only thing that she'll admit to me is that she's very far.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know, to be honest with you. There were a few times that, like, Dad and I would went there, like Elijah, when she'd be with them, like that, and she had birds on her and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know, like, if that helps at all or anything, but I mean, she normally, like on her arms and stuff like that.
Man.
Yeah.
Now, does she go by Angela or Angel?
Angel.
So, if you had to, if you had to lay it all on the table, okay, I've got one shot to find my baby and to get my baby back. Where would you go?
They were trying to take me up in Mendoza yesterday before I came in here, and I kept telling her, like, turn over, give my phone over, and if you won't take me up there, I'll call them, they'll forget me.
They won't take you to Mendoza?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Do you have any friends in Mendoza?
No,
You ever been to Mendoza?
no.
But they want to take you there. It was different.
Well, they wouldn't tell me where they were going. I just saw the road sign. Let me take that back.
I understand. So what risk type of city?
Like, State City Highway, one that had like, air, like windows, and it's like 5 miles away or something like that.
Okay.
We were headed in the direction of Minnesota. I mean, maybe they weren't like, we take me there, but that's just what I thought. Like, they would not tell me anything.
Okay. Does he have any ties to people over there in Virginia?
As far as I know, all his family's from North Carolina.
Okay. Have you ever gone to see his family in North Carolina or anything like that? Okay. So when I asked you that question about laying out there where you might be going, I mean, you get a chance to get your daughter, to find your daughter.
Well, Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That's why she's like, not answering anybody, kind of just disappearing.
Now, I know that you said that you gave Evelyn over to Ethan.
But Mom also told me that she talked to Ethan since then.
Your mom has talked to Ethan since.
That's what I don't know, like 110%. That's just what I've been told.
She told you that? Angel told you that?
Yeah. If you want questions her and bother her, then please not tell her that I like.
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Okay.
you worry about that. Let me tell you, don't worry about it. I want her. I want your baby back. Okay? I want Evelyn. I want her back. Safe and sound. I want her. I mean, those pictures of her. That picture of her and you. I'll be honest. I got that from my wall of my office of you and her. So that makes me want to go that much farther and try to find her. Okay. And it breaks my heart to know that she, I don't know where she's at. Could she be with someone else? Could they be treating her good? Was she okay? That type of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, oh dear God, could somebody have killed her? Could that little baby be in a ditch line somewhere, or maybe in a trash pile or something like that? And that's what God did. And but you said Angel has talked. She says that she's talked
Yeah.
to. She's talked to Ethan, and you pretty firm that you gave let Ethan take care of her right at Christmas. Was it Christmas Day or
No, it was Christmas
Christmas Eve?
Me and my family went to Pigeon Forge, and I dropped her off before we left.
So your little girl did not go with you to Pigeon Forge.
But me, Hunter, Dad, my brother, his wife, and like their kids went.
Where'd y'all go to when y'all went to Pigeon Forge? Just ask them.
We went out to eat at Olive Garden, and then we went around Grove Park, and then we all stayed at Margaritaville Island.
I'll stay there before. It's pretty nice. So you come back on Christmas Day,
Yeah,
and then you went back over. Did you go see? Did you see her on Christmas?
yeah.
Okay, so you went back on Christmas Day.
I had her at Christmas, so
Did you get to see her?
yeah.
Did they let you hold her or anything? Okay. What time did you go over on Christmas Day?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I went to my brother's, picked this up. I probably got like 4 or something, so I guess it was after that.
So you took presents to her
You know.
at Eaton's. And you took it over there. And, did you get to go in or did you just?
No, he always said he said I'm fine.
And then you took the little girl Christmas presents, and then you got to hold her a minute, and then you gave her back,
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you just didn't say, come on, you're going back with mama?
She started reaching for him, but I didn't want to take her from him.
She started reaching for him.
Yeah. I just thought she wanted to be there. I didn't want to take her. And honestly, like, I just wanted to pray. That's all I wanted.
Who took you over there?
Hunter rode with me. Not Hunter sat in the car. Not exactly at the bottom.
But you drove and
He drove back.
but you drove over and he.
Yes, he drove back. Those were my careers that I had it. I'm sorry we're not as much as I've been able together the past 2 days. I just can't anymore.
You moved through hell and back and you're still in it. You're still in hell. I mean, you really are. The whole fact of not knowing where your baby is at. Oh my gosh. I know it's heart wrenching. And you know, when you left on Christmas Day, did Hunter and Ethan say anything to each other?
No.
Okay. And,
Hunter didn't get out of the car. Well, Hunter only got out of the car and walked around the front to get in the car. On the driver's side.
okay, and you wanted to say you pulled out a little bit. She just walked back in with
I could see where he was standing at the top of the driveway.
and then he was just holding her when you pulled away.
Yeah.
Did y'all have any words or anything? Any anger
I mean,
words?
we argued, yeah.
What did you argue about that day?
Well, I told him, and I was like, I want to come see him for a little bit. And I was like, if you don't want to go with me, that's fine. We were at his mom's house at the time. I was like, just let me know. I will bring him. That's fine. You know, like, I don't care. Like, I just want to see her at Christmas. And he got mad because I brought him with me. But I asked for a phone. I didn't think he piss him off.
Okay.
And then we had an argument again because I'm a lot of you. He asked me, like, if I had any more daughters. And I was like, yeah, but, like, I took care of myself for a year. Like, it's your daughter. You can buy her back of, like, freaking daughters. I'm sorry, I don't know about it. I don't want to be without anything. It's just, you know.
So Christmas Day, you're saying was the last time.
No, I saw her the day after that. That's what he said.
And then, when did you see her over at Ethan's?
Yeah. He was pulling out the driveway and I pulled his brake to pull out.
He had her with. He had her.
Yeah. He got me out for a second, me and we're arguing, and he's like, you can't just show up here and stuff like that. And I mean, we just got into it escalating from there. And then he told me that I had to leave or he just called the cops, so I was.
How did Evelyn act?
She didn't like reach for anything. I need to talk to him. I'm sorry.
Was anybody with you then?
Yeah.
Did you talk to Ethan much after that?
I talked to him on New Year's, and he wouldn't let me come over. Or New Year's Eve. If I say New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, like the 31st. I'm trying to talk to him, he's just not really like answering me, but apparently my mom told me that she talked to him.
You think your mom talked to him during that time right there?
She told me she had been talking to him.
So you not talked to Ethan, you talked to Ethan on New Year's Eve?
Yeah.
And Ethan said that, your mom had been talking to him.
No, she said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom said she said we talked to him.
Yeah.
And did he ever tell you that she did call him?
No.
Have you been heard?
Hmm?
You think Ethan would heard?
My mom?
No, I'm not talking about.
Yeah.
You don't think Ethan would heard it?
No. I feel like if you did do anything together, someone who thought would take care of me, I don't think you would.
Okay. How is Ethan and your mom? Were they cordial? Would they talk? Would they get along? Would they do each
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily like go out of their way to talk, you know what I'm saying? There was like a few times where they like talked over text over the years. I mean, I'm sure this was, you know, 3.5, 4 years.
Okay. But you've known Ethan a long time, you have.
Yeah.
Okay. I know this is going back a little bit, but I mean, how long has your mom and Tommy been separated? The reason I'm asking that is because I'm just trying to figure out,
Well, okay, they got like a divorce, I think, in like 2014, 2015. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I think it was 2014, but Charlotte wasn't born yet, but my little sister. But they had a baby after that. And I mean, they were like living together and stuff like that. But if you're talking about as far as like divorce or
Legal,
something,
yeah.
I think like 2014.
when did they finally make a split? And, you know, Tommy and your mom, and she go her way and he went his.
Whenever his Ashley's birthday, I think it was June of 2018.
Oh, so this has been relatively fairly recent then. Okay.
Yeah, it was June 2018. That's when Ashley's birthday at that.
June 2018.
I don't know that, I would be June 2018, I don't know the exact date. It was at the beginning of June.
Okay.
I know that I was over there on Father's Day and she was there. So she had been there for June 14, because that's when Father's Day is, right?
It is.
Yeah, so she had been there before that.
All right. If
They weren't living together for like a long time because they were all in apartments in like Popular Ridge. They were definitely like talking and she got they got to them and stuff like that. They just weren't like legally together.
have you you've been living down with Hunter, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And you live in, I know you live in the trailer.
yeah.
Over in down near Booties. I'll hang out and go there and eat and all. So you lived there, and then after that you moved in with Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I stayed in hotels with you guys.
You're right, understand, yeah.
But
But that's basically, if I had to go through a timeline of where you live and stuff like that, that's basically.
yeah. Up until around like March 2018, from February to March, I was with my dad. Or until April, yeah. And then I moved in with a mommy, that's my grandma. From April, and I stayed with her all the way through October.
Okay. Okay. So basically.
There were a couple nights when my mom was at a hotel and I go stay with her, but as far as like living the life with her, it was like a mommy.
And then she's the one that lives where?
At the mom and dad's hill, the wife,
Buddy
mom,
Creek.
3
So you live most of Muddy Creek. What do you call her?
a mommy. Oh, mommy. I used to call her old mommy when I was little because she practically raised me.
Oh, mommy. Okay. You lived there with her from, when you say?
April to October. I stayed a couple of nights with her. I burned out my trailer there because I'm elsewhere. There's a cop that really brought up the rest of me that actually made me feel a lot better. So after I seen this car there, I was like, I won't be too bad.
Yeah.
tell me there's constantly like my neighbor, and I was like, it's fine.
Good. Okay. Now, okay, so, and then after that, when you
I got my
took
trailer
your
a
trailer.
little bit for Halloween.
Okay.
Cause, I trick or treated like maybe a couple days before Halloween with my cousin Ashley, not my girlfriend, this is different Ashley.
Okay.
And like, I remember I took pictures of her in her costume and she was at the floor.
Okay. You know, people ask questions, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, I know that the last seen her on the 26th, okay, and on the 26th, on the 26th, okay, the wife I'm just going. So all this has transpired. If you had to answer a question like this, someone comes to you and says, "Hey, why didn't you call somebody?"
Mom was talking to me, she told me I should try to resolve it with me. And that's what I was trying to do. She told me she was trying to talk to me about it.
You did it again. Because that's the first time. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is back there. So I want to go ahead and break for lunch and let them try to figure this out. We'll come back probably 1:15.
One second, please.
All right, the lunch is back there. Yeah, lunch break. They only just got in. They literally only just got in. Like, they just had a break. All right, let's go back to this interview. And the conversation ongoing in the chat there. I'm going to get up Randy Wood's interview from yesterday to see what dates he gave. Did they ever say what date Megan moved in with Hunter? I don't know that there was a date, but Randy said that they only stayed there 3 days. But let's go back to that interview. Might be useful to do that. I'll start this from the top, seeing as we only got like halfway through it. It's only a couple of minutes anyway.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion. My investigator and investigator for the DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And let's also talk about how everyone that testified today said Megan stopped bringing Evelyn around at one point and then she changed. What exactly happened there?
I suspect it's going to show that, in fact, she does stop bringing Evelyn around the time she passed away. And I think a lot of people expect you to react in a certain way when someone dies, and no one acts the same. There's not an appropriate way to grieve. People grieve in different ways. I think one of the most telling things today was when Stacy said that Megan seemed numb. She initially said she was emotionless, but then she later said she seemed numb.
And let's also talk about when you were cross-examining Randy Wood. That was another witness that came in today. You asked him if his son Hunter had mentioned that someone could read his mind or take his thoughts. And then you said something about tinfoil. Where were you going with that?
I was just exploring what his mental state was at the time that he was around Megan, and I'll bring that back around later in the trial.
And I know that we are in day 3, and it appears that Megan is, conversing with you and active in this. Is that, kind of what your strategy is? Is she active with you in this defense?
She's taking an active role in her own defense. She's looking at evidence. She's making suggestions. So yeah, she's very active.
And, we also know that day 1, she was pretty emotional and things have kind of seemed to level out with the evidence there. But what are her emotions like right now?
I'm sure she's scared. I don't know how it would feel to have a child die and then to be blamed for it. So I can't say exactly what her emotions are.
And, I always, want to ask you, day 3, exactly, what do you want folks to know as we're, into today and after hearing the testimony that came out today?
I think what I want folks to know is this is a long process and the evidence is just finally starting to come out after 5 years. And I think people's opinions will change of Megan.
All right. Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client?
No.
All right, Gene, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And, court is actually going to resume tomorrow. It's going to resume at 10:30 in the...
Okay, we know that, Ansley. All right. So let me get yesterday's up and let's have a look at Randy. To find him first. Kyle's just come in. So many breaks yesterday. It was after that, wasn't it? Yeah, there he is. There he is. All right, let's take a listen.
He was right there on Highway 75.
All right. Where
we had some chicken, roasted chicken.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name, please.
Randy Wood.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. You're Randy Wood, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Wood, where were you living back in 2019?
Let's see, 217 Sandy Point Drive in Bluntville.
All right. You said Bluntville. Was that in Sullivan County?
Sullivan County.
Okay. And just for context, kind of tell us where that's located. Where is
It's
that?
located in Barefoot Landing on the lake.
Okay. Out by the lake out there?
Yes.
Behind
the airport.
Okay. All right. Now, we've heard some mention earlier in the trial about Preston Hunter Wood. Is he your son?
Yes, he is.
All right. Now, back in December of 2019, did you open a restaurant here in Bluntville?
I did.
All right. If you would kind of tell us what it was and what you were serving.
The name of it was Hunter T's Chicken Shack. I was the only owner of the place. It was right there on Highway 75.
All right. Where
we had some chicken, roasted chicken.
Okay. Was it a sit-down restaurant?
No, it was a drive-through, just like Pal's.
All right. And it's over there, right across, kind of from Northeast State.
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned you were the only owner. Did you have employees, people that worked for you?
Yes.
Okay. How many people? How many?
Well, let's see. We interviewed. We hired everybody that filled the application out because usually there only about half shows up the day you open up. So I probably had about 12 employees.
Okay. And who made the decision as far as who was being hired or not?
I did.
Okay. And one of those employees that showed up to apply for a job and work there. Did you know Megan Boswell?
I didn't know her till she filled the application out. That's the first time I met her.
Okay. And did she apply for a job with you?
Yes.
And did you hire her?
Yes.
And do you see Miss Boswell sitting in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
If you would point her out and describe what she's
She's
wearing.
sitting right over there with the glasses on.
Judge, for the record, he's identified. All right. Mr. Wood, what do you remember what day you opened?
It was the first Monday in December, and it was the second.
Okay. Second day of December, is that 2019?
Yes.
Was Miss Boswell working that day?
Yes.
And you mentioned you didn't have a whole lot of employees. Who was in charge of making the schedule and deciding?
Jason Fassett made the schedule and everything.
Okay. Was your son Hunter an employee there?
Yes.
All right. What did Hunter do?
He was mainly just an employee. Okay. Because Jason sort of run the place when I wasn't there.
All right. So Hunter and Megan worked there as co-workers.
Yes.
Did you work there at the restaurant? Were you there on a regular basis, or?
Pretty much so, you know. Yes.
Okay. So you saw Hunter and you saw Megan together at the restaurant. That's
yes.
a fair statement.
Yes.
All right. Where was your son Hunter living at that time?
He was living with me at that time.
Okay. Your house
out that lake. Yes.
Okay. Out there. Did he have a vehicle that he drove then?
Yes, he had a Ford truck what he drove.
All right. At some point in time, did you realize that your son Hunter was in a dating relationship with Megan Boswell?
Well, you know, it is a weird situation, to be honest with you, because she got her car repoed one day at the chicken shack. And I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day. And, you know, because she didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together, because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay she stayed about 3 nights there. That's all she stayed.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever see each other?
Oh, this happened yesterday. Oh, what's going on? That was yesterday. Hold on. I lost connection. All right. It does it again in a bit as well.
Never been violent towards his mother?
Now, as far as I know, we're divorced.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not there.
And you say that if
Hold on,
he
we've
brought
jumped
into
too
this
far
courtroom,
here.
he wouldn't be in his right.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Mr. Wood, my name is Gene Scott. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing this?
I'm doing good. Take my reading glasses off. Let's talk about your. I was right.
The court feed buffered at. Oh, Michelle, shut up.
Never been violent towards his mother?
Now, as far as I know, we're divorced.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna go to yesterday on Court TV because Law and Crime kept buffering for us yesterday. So I switched to Court TV and it was fine. So I'm gonna get Randy's interview from Court TV yesterday. It'll be that one. Because when it was buffering, we may have missed something. All right, so that's him swearing in.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to.
That's when you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Apply for a job and work.
She got her car repoed one day at the chicken shack. And I made Hunter take her to the doctor that day. And, you know, because.
So it doesn't say what day the car got repoed and her and Hunter started running around together. I have a feeling that would have been like very early on, like the 3rd or. But it was December 2nd when I know she said in an interview that December 2nd, it was the interview where she was saying that Evelyn died accidentally. That was very early on in the trial. We might need to revisit that one as well. But she said she filled out the application on the 2nd. And I think her first shift was the 3rd. However, he's just said that she started working straight away. So it was either the 2nd or the 3rd that she would have met Hunter for the first time. But he doesn't say what date they started to kind of get closer that he noticed anyway. But it would have been very quickly. It was that week. But when she started working there, she said that Ethan had Evelyn. Now, at that time, we know Evelyn was alive. We know Evelyn was alive on the 2nd of December because that's when Sue, the babysitter, looked after her. And then it was a few days after that that Megan said she wouldn't need a babysitter anymore. So we need to go back and listen to Sue, the babysitter, as well. All right, we'll just play a little bit more of this just to check that he doesn't give any more dates.
She didn't have a ride.
Okay. All right.
So that's how they started running around together because she didn't have a car.
Okay. So at some point in time, you realize they're dating.
Well, they was together a lot.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You can say dating if you want to, or
All
together a lot. Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did she come to live at your house?
Well, she didn't have anywhere to go when they repoed the car. And apparently her father, what she said, kicked her out. So I let her come stay, she stayed about 3 nights there.
Well, she must have told him a lie because her dad had kicked her out the year before. That's when she went into foster care when she was still 17. So in December of 2019, her dad didn't kick her out from the trailer. Her dad told her to get her stuff and clean the trailer out for a new rent when he found out she wasn't staying there. So there's a massive discrepancy there as well. That, well, she's told Hunter's dad that she got nowhere to go. She told her own dad that she was living at Hunter's, but then this guy says that she only stayed there 3 nights. So where was she staying throughout December? Where was she staying? Sue didn't know dates apart from looking after Evelyn for 4 to 5 days. But Megan didn't ask her foster mum about Sue babysitting until the 3rd. Yeah. So Megan had already told the people at the chicken shack on the 2nd of December that Evelyn was staying with her dad. In actual fact, Evelyn was still alive on the 2nd because Megan was looking for a babysitter for her. So it's in that week. I swear down, it's in that week between the 2nd and maybe the 10th that Evelyn was murdered. Maybe Megan didn't want to continually pay for babysitters and thought, well, there's a permanent solution to this. So that's the week that Evelyn was murdered. It was right at the beginning of December, very soon after she started working at the chicken shack. If anybody can prove otherwise, then please be my guest. But this is what all the testimony seems to be leading up to.
So she stayed.
Okay. Were you aware that she had a small child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Evelyn?
No, never saw the baby.
Okay. She never brought Evelyn to work there with her at the chicken shack?
When I hired her, because one of the questions is, do you have any kids? Because we work around schedules. Because you got a child, you can't work a lot of hours. So I asked her, she said, yes, I have a baby girl. I said, well, do we need to work around your schedule? She said, no, the baby daddy had the child. She said, I can work as many hours you want.
Okay.
And I said, okay.
Did she work a lot of hours?
She did work a lot of hours.
Okay. Now, you said she had stayed at your house. Did you ever bring Evelyn over?
The baby never was in my house.
Okay. Did she ever bring any high chairs or playpens?
No, nothing.
Diapers, baby bottles?
Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever see your son Hunter around? Evelyn?
No.
Okay. How often did you see Hunter at that time?
Every day.
Okay. Now, your son Hunter, does he still live with you?
No, he started living with his mother, but he's at hospital at the moment.
Okay. He's at a hospital. Where is he in a hospital?
Marion, Virginia.
All right. Is that a mental hospital?
Yes.
How long has he been there?
2 months.
Okay. What, have you been up there to see him at that facility?
Yes.
What is his mental status this time?
Well, some days he's pretty decent. Other days he don't know who I am.
Okay. Would he be able to come into this courtroom and testify?
All right, so that's him about him being in hospital. What date was the dinner? The friend finished their exams. I remember it was a Friday. She said the baby was with them and dirty. The 6th. That was the 6th. That was definitely the 6th. I remember checking that. I'll check it again. So, December 2019. December 2019. Yeah, the 6th. The first Friday in December was the 6th. So that is probably going to be the last proof of life of Evelyn. And that makes sense because in the opening statements, I swear I heard, whether it was in the opening statement or it was very early on in this trial when they said that Evelyn's last proof of life was the 6th. Now, the babysitter didn't have specific dates apart from the 3rd. But yeah, that lunch. So who was that? Which person was that? That was day 2, wasn't it? That was back on day 2. Day 2. Because we looked at these text messages yesterday from Bailey. Do you remember? Because we had dates on these text messages. And all the way through December, Evelyn wasn't with Megan. But the girl who had the lunch, which one was her? Was it this girl? Was it this one? Audrey. Oh, there was another girl as well that was on as well. Bailey was the last one. Was it Audrey? Let's listen.
You're still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her.
Hold on.
With
It was the other girl. It was Bailey. All right. Bailey was on a long time, wasn't she, though?
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins,
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Blountville, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
Hold on, I'm gonna get up the transcript. Hold on, where's the transcripts in description in it? Where's my transcript? Right. Command F. I need a word though. Exams. Let's do exams. Scroll down. Scroll. Scroll. Can't remember exact dates because we hang out so often. Go there. Why are you doing this to me?
And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Evelyn went to Speedway and Lights. Whatever that is. Caitlyn Carter. That was the next day. Right, so was it this girl or was it day 3? I'm seeing conflicting things. I'm seeing last girl on stand and then Caitlyn Carter. Day 3. Day 3, 55 minutes in court TV. Okay, all right, cool. All right, day 3.
Testify?
No.
See this on your screen as well. Recognize her because of this case, or did you recognize her working at the?
Oh yeah. It's this girl. Yeah. It's this girl.
Sustain.
You said you've been around other babies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on your personal experience with other babies, did you consider Evelyn dirtier than what your experience was with other children?
Based on my personal opinion, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us how? Can you describe it for us?
Her face and hands were dirty, and her clothes were dirty.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started working at the chicken shack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for the $4.99. I think we're on the right girl now.
And do you recall if she was dating anyone when she started working at the chicken shack?
Not when she started.
Okay. When did she start dating someone? Shortly after?
About a week or two after.
Okay. And who was that?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. So around this time, did you notice anything different about the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what you noticed?
She was spending a lot more time with the gentleman and not Evelyn.
Okay. After this time, when she's dating Hunter Wood, did you see Evelyn with Megan Boswell at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see Hunter with Evelyn at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have concerns at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you talk with other people about it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What were your concerns?
It was strange that Megan Boswell was not with Evelyn because she was always with Evelyn up until this point.
Okay. Did you notice Megan doing things without Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
What types of things?
Usually things that you would take your children, such as vacations, going to the aquarium.
Okay. December. I'm going to pass you 2 photographs.
Thank you.
Take a look at those and see if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
Megan sent me those when her and Hunter and a few other people went to the aquarium.
Okay, and so you got those personally sent to you from Megan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is a photograph of?
Megan and Hunter Wood at the aquarium.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 85.
Any objection?
No.
Judge, I would say that these photos are cumulative. They're essentially the same photo. The courtrooms have been, but I would note they're cumulative.
All right, if they're going to be introduced separately, I mean, they should be introduced separately. They shouldn't be introduced as a cumulative.
Okay, you'll do 85 and 86, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Caitlyn, is this one of the pictures you received from Megan Boswell? Was it via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate that Evelyn was with her that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she send you any pictures of her with Evelyn that day?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem to be upset at all that day when
No,
she
ma'am.
sent you these pictures? Okay. Did she also send you this photograph from that same day?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what the day is that's behind her on the photograph? Can you read that?
On the top,
Yeah.
it says 2019.
Okay. And you may not recall, but if you do you remember when those photographs were sent to you?
I do not recall.
Okay. Would it have been after early December?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it would have been, you said she started dating Hunter 1 to 2 weeks after the beginning of December. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is it fair to say it was at least 1 to 2 weeks after mid-December?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So for mid-December well, let me say this. Prior to Thanksgiving of 2019, did Megan talk a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her post a lot about Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about mid-December? Is she still doing that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she was with her father.
Okay. When you say her father, do you know who do you think she was talking about, or who was she talking about?
She was speaking of Ethan.
Okay. Did she say why Evelyn was with Ethan?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say?
She said that Ethan came home and got emergency custody.
Okay. Did she ever show you any paperwork?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did she ever say why?
Ethan seen photos of Evelyn with a bruise on her head, and he used that.
Okay. And the defendant told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just so we know, your exams, were they were after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right, here's the bit about the exams. Here's the bit about the exams.
Okay. And in 2019, Thanksgiving, I believe, was on the 28th of November. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So your exams would have been sometime the first week of December. Monday was the 2nd of December. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many days would your exams been?
That whole last week of college.
Okay. So the last day of that week is the 6th of December.
Is that on
That's
Friday?
a Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Would that have been the day your exams ended?
Yes.
Is that the day you ate?
I cannot recall.
You said you ate it. Did you eat on the last day of exams or just after the last day of exams?
It was the last day of exams.
Okay. So if the last day of exams were on the 6th, it would have been on the 6th.
I guess I'm going to ask if he wants to, we need to probably check that schedule so she doesn't get confused on the dates she's talking about.
Judge, can we approach?
Oh dear, I remember this. I remember this.
See right here.
Oh,
See right here.
completely.
See right here. See right here.
Caitlyn, do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was that?
It was the day we went to Chili's.
Okay. And I know Mr. Scott was throwing a lot of dates out at you. How do you, let me ask it this way. Was that before or after Megan started working at the Chicken Shack?
That was after.
Okay. How long after?
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay.
This girl is confused about the dates. This girl is not reliable. She's confused about the dates because 3 or 4 weeks after starting at the Chicken Shack, Evelyn hadn't been seen by anyone else for the entirety or almost the entirety of the month of December. So I wouldn't say this girl is totally reliable, honestly. But if Chili's was the last day of exams and that was the 6th, Evelyn was with them. But she throws it off by saying 3 or 4 weeks after. 3 or 4 days is more likely. I think she meant 3 or 4 days. I think she did. I think she did mean 3 or 4 days, because that would make sense. She started working at the chicken shack at the beginning of the week, and then this was the end of the same week. I wonder if we could look at her school finals schedule for 2019. Possibly. If anybody's got access. Are they things like that in the public domain, like going back that long ago? I guess we could check that.
So you think that that was after she had started dating Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Say the name of the college. No.
Did she be released from his right hand man? Such a name.
Caitlyn Carter.
Solemnly swear from testimony back here to the truth, all truth, and nothing.
Yes, sir.
Scoot up close to my
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just realized I called you Caitlyn Jones. You are now Caitlyn Carter. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so you told the jury your name. Where do you live?
Kingsport.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know her?
We were friends in college.
Okay. And if you can, I'm going to ask you to maybe pull that microphone just a little bit closer. There you go. Thank you. You were friends in college. When you were in college or when she was in college?
When I was in college.
Okay. And when did you first meet her?
Middle school.
Okay. Did you continue to stay friends for middle school until you were in college?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you reconnect at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when you were in college, I guess?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So during that time, is that when you met Evelyn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you've met Evelyn in person?
Yes.
Okay. How many times do you think you have been around Evelyn?
4 or 5 times.
Okay. And are those times that when you were hanging out with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am.
As well? Okay. When you hung out with Megan, was Evelyn usually with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you ever recall seeing Megan when Evelyn was not with her?
Yes,
ma'am. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't, because that's going into seeing Evelyn dirty. So maybe she doesn't. So there's the aquarium. And then the next witness is Sue. Oh no, Gail. Gail. So this is Gail. So she's Megan's ex-foster mother. She's the one with the text messages about the babysitter.
I do.
Do you remember what that boyfriend's name was?
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And did Megan ever reach out to you about Hunter Wood?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
December that's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And what is the date of those messages?
December the 3rd of 2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation that you had with her via text or Facebook Messenger on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be made exhibit number 87.
No, sir. You full exhibit.
All right. So those are the text messages from December the 3rd. And they are the ones where she's asking Gail if Sue can babysit Evelyn. Sue is Gail's sister. When did she go into foster care? When she was 17, she spent a few months in foster care. Have we had any more witnesses stating when they saw or didn't see Evelyn today? No, we've had police interviews today. So basically her lying to a couple of police officers from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. So we've seen where she changes the lie from Ethan had her to her mother has her. That's where we're at today. So there's currently been 2 witnesses today. But court will be coming back. What day? What time did they say? 1:10. There we go. What it says on here, 1:10. So we've got about 20 minutes before court's back. So we can get through this, and we'll have a listen to Sue as well.
In permission to publish. Okay. Okay. Gail, can you read that okay?
I can.
Okay. So is this one of the times that Megan was looking for a babysitter?
It was.
And what did she say to you there on December 3rd, 2019?
She says, do you think your sister would babysit and let me pay her at the end of the week? I just got a job and won't get paid until next week. I just started today.
Okay.
And I told her, yes, I knew she would.
Right. So I've just started today. So this is December the 3rd. So she tells Gail that she started the job today, December the 3rd. So where was Evelyn on the 3rd? Now, we know Evelyn was alive on the 3rd because Sue looked after her after the 3rd. So where was Evelyn on the 3rd? So maybe somebody else had her on the 3rd. No, Remy, it was Ethan that she dated in high school, not Hunter. It was Ethan. She dated Ethan in high school. Yeah, Gail and Susan are sisters, yes. So Gail is the foster mother. Sue is Gail's sister.
Okay.
She said, what's her number? Sometimes, mommy gets sick and she already keeps her for school. I talked to her. She said that was fine.
Okay. So essentially she's indicating that Sue can babysit. Is that right? And Sue is your sister?
She is.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
Sue wants you to call her. She wanted to know if you had a pack and play you could bring.
Okay. And what does Megan say?
I'm at work. Yes, I have one.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory a little bit on the date?
Right. So she was at work on the 3rd. Right. Let's get Sue. Let's get Sue up here. This is Sue. So this is Gail's sister. And this is the babysitter that Evelyn went to that week. So do you mean grandma? Megan's grandma? Yeah, maybe she did. So there was Ethan in high school. Right, this is the boyfriends. Ethan in high school. Then they reconnected briefly, like over the Christmas of 2018. Then she dated Caleb in the May, April, May of 2019. Now, there must have been a boy in between because Evelyn was born in November of 2019. So she would have gotten pregnant in February, March of 2019. So could that be Caleb? Could Caleb be the baby daddy? Or was there something else? Was there someone else after? Because we heard yesterday that Ethan, via DNA test, is not Evelyn's biological father, but according to Caleb's mother yesterday, Evelyn was already born when Caleb and Megan started dating. So there's potentially another person in between Ethan and Caleb who is Evelyn's biological father. And then Hunter comes on the scene at the beginning of December when she started working at the chicken shack. All right, let's listen to Sue.
Raise your right hand and state your name for me.
Sue Witson.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
I need you to speak up.
Good morning. Okay. Your name is Sue Witson.
Yes.
And is your last name spelled Whitson?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live, Sue?
In Elizabeth.
Okay. And do you know Gail Kite?
Yes, I do.
Who is Gail Kite to you?
She's my sister.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has your sister taken in foster children through the years?
Yes.
Okay. And was Megan Boswell one of the foster children that came and lived with your sister for a while?
Yes.
And were you aware that Megan Boswell had given birth to a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that at some point Megan and Evelyn moved out of Gail's house and got their own place?
Yes.
Okay. And were you contacted by Megan to babysit Evelyn?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you remember how you were contacted by her?
Text message.
Okay. And did you actually babysit Evelyn
Yes.
for her?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many times?
I think maybe 3 or 4.
Okay. When you babysat, was it in your home or Megan's home?
My home.
Okay. So she would bring Evelyn to you in Elizabethton?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I've just been chatting. I've been chatting for like 2 minutes. And I was muted. Sorry, guys. Sorry. All right. So, yeah, Sean was right there. Sean's right. I've got my ears mixed up. So, Evelyn would have been conceived in around February 2018. Caleb only came on the scene in the spring of 2019. So there has to be, because we know Ethan is not the biological father, so there has to be someone else after Ethan and before Caleb. There might have been several. Megan might genuinely not know who the father is. However, the little teaser that her attorney, Jean Scott, gave to Ansley Daniel yesterday, we just played that interview, saying that Evelyn's biological father is in the record. So it's going to come up at some point during this trial. So he doesn't want to say it until it comes up on the trial. So, all right. Let's finish listening to Sue. We've got about 10 minutes before court comes back. But this wasn't long. We just want to know how many times. I know she doesn't know. She doesn't remember. But let's just listen anyway.
Do you recall when you babysat?
I think maybe the last week of November or the first week of December.
Okay. I'm going to pass you a document. See if you can identify it.
That's Evelyn.
That's Evelyn. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When did you take that photograph?
I'm saying maybe about the second day I kept her.
Okay. All right. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the photograph looked on the day you took it?
Yes.
Okay. We request that be made exhibit number 89.
No objection.
Full exhibit 89.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So that was Evelyn on the second day she babysat. So that would have been maybe December the 4th, well, it had to be maybe December 5th, because she texted Gail on the 3rd. Sue said yes. And then Sue babysat 3 or 4 times. So that had to have been taken maybe December 5th. So literally days before she was murdered. And there has to be metadata attached to that photo. So they need to know what date that was taken. And they could get that. They could absolutely get that.
Well, I made it worse. I'm sorry. Yeah. Doesn't want to do that for me. Okay. Is this the photograph we were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so that photograph would have been taken, you said you babysat her last of November to early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And does Evelyn to you appear healthy here?
Pardon?
Was she healthy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was she walking?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the last day that you babysat Evelyn?
Pretty much.
Okay. Do you remember what time Megan picked Evelyn up that day?
It was late that night, say maybe 10:30.
Okay. And you may not recall, but do you recall the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Megan indicate that she needed you to babysit again after that day?
No, she said that she wouldn't need me no more.
Okay. And did she tell you that when she picked Evelyn up, or did she tell you that later?
She told me later.
Okay. So when she picked her up, did you think you were going to be babysitting again?
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn you wouldn't be?
Maybe a couple days later, she got to where she wasn't bringing her.
She just wasn't bringing her?
No.
Okay.
All right. So if she babysat her, let's say 3 times, that would have been the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. All right, so that would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, perhaps. But it doesn't necessarily mean it was 3 days in a row, does it? Because if that Caitlyn girl was right, and the Chili's restaurant visit was on the 6th, then Evelyn was alive on the 6th. Evelyn was murdered in that week. Evelyn was murdered in that week. Within a week of her starting at the chicken shack, Evelyn was murdered. Because you've got several people saying that Evelyn was alive at the beginning of December. Absolutely, beginning of December. And then, as you go through December, as evidenced by Bailey's text messages, you have, no, we didn't see Evelyn. No, we didn't see Evelyn. No, we asked about Evelyn. We didn't see her. We asked for a photo. She didn't send one. So Evelyn was murdered shortly after the 6th of December, within maybe a couple of days. So she picks Evelyn up for the last time. So at some point from Sue's in the first week of December, Evelyn is seen potentially on the 6th looking dirty and like just grubby. So her care of Evelyn has gone right down. It was at the same time she had that really bad diaper rash. And then she texts Sue to say she doesn't need her anymore. She doesn't need her to babysit anymore. She could actually have babysat her on the 3rd. She could have maybe just, sent her that night. So the night of the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, then maybe Megan had her on the 6th, went to Chili's, and then she texts Sue to say, I don't need you anymore. All of these text messages potentially could have been gotten from Megan's phone. So I'd be interested to know if we're going to see any phone data evidence from Megan's phone. Anyhow, court stream is back. So I think that's interesting. I mean, look, the timeline it's coming together. We might never know exactly what date Evelyn was murdered, but it's within just a handful of days after she started at the chicken shack. I think that's very clear. I think that's incredibly clear. Stephen Lawrence sees Megan on December 8th and Evelyn is not with Megan. Yeah, well, the text messages with Bailey also show that Evelyn is not with Megan because she starts saying that Evelyn is with Ethan. So all the way through December, from the very beginning of December, all the way through December, and then all the way through January, she starts making excuses after excuses after excuses. But I find it interesting that Randy Wood said that Megan told him on the 2nd, when she got the job, on the 2nd of December, she told Randy that Evelyn was with her dad, i.e. Ethan. Now, we know Evelyn was still alive at that point because she was looked after by Sue. But it's not too long after that, only a handful of days after that, Sue gets the message that she's not needed anymore. So Megan had already got her story. Megan had already got her story straight, that Evelyn was going to be with Ethan. There's some premeditation here, I'm telling you. And that might be why they changed the charge from felony murder to first-degree murder. So she had the story in the back of her mind. Yeah. Yeah, according to Randy Wood, that's what he was told. That on the 2nd of December, he asked the question, do you have children? And she said, yeah, I have a little girl, but she's with her dad. She's staying with her dad. So that's the first time you see Megan introducing the story that Evelyn is staying with Ethan, when actually she wasn't. She was staying with Sue, but not for very long. Maybe Megan realised that getting babysitters wasn't going to work for her because she'd have to pay them. It was inconvenient because she'd have to keep dropping Evelyn off at babysitters. She couldn't just be young, free and single and ready to mingle with Hunter, because she'd constantly have to be getting babysitters for Evelyn. And she might be able to get babysitters while she was working, but if she wanted to, run around and spend entire, days and nights with Hunter, no one's going to look after Evelyn indefinitely. This is what's in Megan's mind. So she's already set the scene. She's already set the scene that, well, Evelyn's with Ethan. So that's what Hunter's told. So his dad, Randy, is told that. And so Hunter will just be under the impression that Evelyn is with Ethan. So it's kind of coming together that she had that story. She knew she was going to use that story. And I think it was at that point the idea was coming to her that she needed a permanent solution. So, any normal person who didn't want their baby, their permanent solution would be maybe contacting child services and giving their child away, giving their child up for adoption. But no, not Megan. No. She decides to just end her baby's life. Rather than admitting she didn't want her, instead of doing that, she murders her and then tells a load of lies to cover it all up. Yeah. I don't think that's too far off the mark, honestly, even though I say so myself. I think it's along those lines. This is where the testimony's going. Now, obviously, we've got a long way to go. We've got a lot more witnesses to get through. Things might become clearer. Dates might change. But at this moment in time, that's where it looks like the testimony is headed. I'm not muted again. My mic's on. No, I'm not muted. You might just be a few minutes behind. Or you might have muted yourself. Down under. You might have to just fiddle with your wire or something in your speakers. So do you think the baby was deceased by the second? No, she wasn't deceased by the second because Sue saw her. So Gail spoke with Megan via text message on the 3rd saying, do you think Sue will babysit? And Sue babysat 3 or 4 times after that. So let's say she babysat maybe the night of the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. And then potentially Caitlyn Carter also saw Evelyn on the 6th. Potentially, but we don't know that she's got that date absolutely right. But definitely she was alive a few days after the 2nd. I think she was just thinking about it. I think she'd thought, all right, how am I going to permanently get rid of my kid? All right, I'm going to tell everyone she is with Ethan. Realised that just using babysitters wasn't going to be easy because she'd have to pay them. She'd have to be running Evelyn there and back. She'd have to be picking her up when she finished work. So she got it in her head that the only permanent solution would be to murder Evelyn. Oh, she just snapped. Yeah, I thought that originally. But these stories that were being concocted, there's premeditation there. And if she just snapped, like wrapping her head in tin foil, and then dumping her upside down in a trash can, that's just malicious. I think that's a little bit more than just snapping. She may have just got to the end of her tether and thought, right, I'm going to do it, and that's that. All right, muting out. Court's back in session. We are back shortly, very soon. Here we go.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, you can continue.
Your Honor, that was the end of that video clip. We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
We can go ahead and submit that to the court reporter. It was exhibit number 184. Okay. Okay. Anything else that you did personally involving this investigation other than continuing to be a liaison between the different agencies involved?
That's it.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Thank you, Judge. She kind of stole one of my questions. This is the absolute only involvement you had in this case. I won't go back to that a little bit, other than I guess your administrative roles as a liaison.
That's correct.
And these two interviews that you initiated or done with Miss Boswell, those both the same day?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
February the 20th.
Now, did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
Were you the first person to interview her on the 20th?
If there was more after me, I believe so.
So you believe you might have been, would that have been the first interview we watched?
I think so.
And that would have been before Detective Gillum or Lieutenant Williams?
I'm not for sure of the time.
I'm sorry, I think those were different dates.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
That's okay. Do you recall anybody else interviewing Megan that day?
No, sir.
So it was just you and you alone?
I believe so.
And then you interviewed her a second time on the same day?
That's correct.
And how much space was in between those two interviews? How much time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you, but is it an hour, 2 hours, or just?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. You interviewed her on the first one, and I imagine you stepped out of the office for some time. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't. Been 5 years. I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. You eventually come back and interview
That's
her.
correct. That's correct.
She never left.
No.
And came back for a second interview.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Be safe to assume she just sat there until the second interview occurred.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, I sure don't.
What would have been your normal duty hours that day?
With an investigation like that, it could have been at any given time. I don't know. My normal work day would be like 0800 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but it could have been prior to that or even after.
Possibility these interviews could have occurred after 5 p.m.
Yes.
You just don't know.
Correct.
Fair enough. Have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Be fair to say, though, that your second interview would have essentially been a continuation of the first interview with attenuated by a brief amount of time.
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And you said you'd been a detective, actually the captain over the detectives. You were the captain of that little division, so to speak.
Yes.
Both literally and figuratively in rank.
Yes.
And I imagine you've conducted a lot of interviews over your years in law enforcement.
Yes.
At the onset of this first interview, we hear Megan ask about her boyfriend, and you indicate that he's coming down to see her.
Yes.
And she represents she doesn't want that to happen.
Correct.
Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
No, not at that point. During the course of the investigation, I was doing my best to either get new information or to clarify other information. So when she said that, that's when I believe I stepped out to ask to have a phone call made by another detective for her.
And would that be to just prevent the boyfriend from coming down?
She was wanting to see her mother, if I remember correctly, wanting her mother to pick her up.
And not her boyfriend?
Correct.
And that never resonated with you of why would she not want that?
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, Judge. Can I just say? Really what you were interviewing about on this day was essentially the same subject matter, a missing child, that Detective Gratz and Lieutenant Gillum interviewed.
Yes,
on.
sir.
So that was the focus of all of these interviews.
Yes, sir.
And so whether you interviewed first or they interviewed later, they would all be a continual interview over a matter of time.
It was a continuing effort.
I'll take that. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You're released from your security. You're free to go. All right, next.
State recall Jeffrey Blanton.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Jeff Blanton.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So your name is Jeffrey Blanton.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And your last name spelled Blanton. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by East Tennessee State University.
Okay. And what is your title there?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Administration and Operations
Okay. How long have you been with ETSU?
since January of 2021.
Okay. And is that where you were employed in late 2019 and early 2020?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Where were you employed during that time?
By the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. In what capacity?
At that time, I was the supervisory senior resident agent in charge of the Upper East Tennessee.
Okay. And how long did you work for the FBI?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. Were you always employed with Upper East Tennessee Division?
No, ma'am. I've traveled other
Okay.
places.
Okay. Were you a member of the state or Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. I actually started the Safe Streets Task Force in Johnson City in 2012. And during 2019, I supervised the Safe Streets Task Force.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, the Safe Streets Task Force is made up of federal, state, and local officers and agents. And the purpose of the task force is to combat violent crimes. The typical violent crime you think of in bank robbery, drugs, extortions. And we also got involved in crimes against children as it relates to the Lindbergh Law from 1932.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on that task force along with the FBI when you were asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked with doing?
Detective Strickler from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office notified me that there was a missing child in Sullivan County under the tender age, which by statute is 12 years old.
Okay.
That gives the FBI jurisdictional authority to assist local agencies in trying to find that missing child.
Okay.
So I actually didn't have any agents available to come talk with Detective Strickler. So myself and another task force officer came here to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and met with Detective Strickler in regards to missing juvenile.
Okay. So in order for, to make sure I'm clear, in order for the FBI to be able to have jurisdiction and to provide aid, it needs to be a child 12 years of age or younger.
By our policy, we use the Lindbergh Law, the tender age law of 12.
Okay.
It gives us jurisdiction to work those cases.
Okay.
However, we're not restricted by that if someone asks for help either.
Okay. So tender age being 12 or under 12?
Or younger, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And at some point in the investigation, did you yourself speak with Megan Boswell, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Was anyone else present when you spoke with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am. Task Force Officer Todd Wilcox
Okay.
was also present during that interview.
Okay. And what agency was Todd Wilcox employed with?
Todd was assigned full-time to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, but his home office was the Irwin Police Department.
Okay. And on February 19th, 2020, is that when the interview took place with Megan Boswell, with Todd Wilcox being present as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview occurred here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And where in the sheriff's office did it occur?
There was a room, I'm going to assume it was an interview room outside of the detective's offices.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Was this interview video or audio recorded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury why it was not?
Certainly. FBI policy does not allow us to audio or video record interviews outside of FBI space.
Okay.
If we are in FBI space, then certainly that's an option, but this interview was not recorded.
Okay. Let's see. Do you know how Megan Boswell got to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day?
I don't have, she volunteered, she spoke with me, she said voluntarily, but I'm not sure exactly if someone dropped her off, if she
Okay.
walked there. I don't know.
Okay. So you sat down with an interview with her, and what did she tell you regarding her missing child, Evelyn Boswell?
She told me and Agent Wilcox that she had last seen Evelyn Boswell on December the 25th of 2019.
Okay. And where did she say she had last seen Evelyn?
She last saw Evelyn at the residence of Ethan Perry's grandparents. I believe their names were Carl and Sherry.
Okay. And Did she state that she left Evelyn there, or did she state that she took Evelyn back after she went to that residence?
Yes, ma'am. I'll back up a little bit. The 25th is the last time she said that she saw her.
Okay.
She did tell me that she dropped her off at the residence on the 24th of December, the day before.
Okay. Was she able to give you an exact address of where she said Ethan was staying?
No, ma'am, she could not.
Okay. Did she say when she went to Carl and Sherry Perry's residence whether or not anyone was with her?
When she dropped Evelyn off on the 24th of December.
The 24th, okay.
Yes, ma'am. She indicated that she did that alone, that no one was with her when she dropped her off.
Okay. Did she tell you what she did after she dropped Evelyn off that day?
Yes, ma'am. She informed me that she and her family then went with her boyfriend at the time, a fellow by the name of Hunter Woods.
Okay.
That Hunter and her family went to Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, spent the night in Margaritaville, and then came back to the Sullivan County area on December the 25th.
Okay. Okay. Did she tell you if she went back to the Perry's residence after she dropped her off on December 24th?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She indicated that she went back on the 25th.
Okay. Did she say why she went back?
Yes, ma'am. Upon returning from Pigeon Forge, Margaritaville at Pigeon Forge, Ms. Boswell indicated that she stopped by Tommy's house, I think Tommy Boswell Jr., if I remember correctly, and picked up some Christmas presents for Evelyn Boswell.
Okay.
On the 25th, she and her boyfriend, Mr. Woods, took the presents to the Perry's residence to drop them off for Evelyn.
Okay. And did she say whether or not they went into the house that day?
Ms. Boswell indicated that Mr. Woods did not go with her up to the residence, that he dropped her off at the end of the driveway. She walked to the residence, and that she did not go into the house that day.
Okay. So she indicated that Hunter Wood stayed at the end of the driveway.
That's correct.
So did she indicate that they didn't even pull up to the top of the driveway to the house?
She indicated they did not pull up to the top of the driveway.
Why did she say that she wouldn't pull up to the top of the driveway?
She had some concern that Mr. Perry and Mr. Woods may get in some sort of argument or altercation. Therefore, Mr. Woods stayed at the bottom of the driveway, and Ms. Boswell went up to the residence alone.
Okay. And did she indicate that she spoke with Ethan that day?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she indicate whether or not she saw Evelyn that day?
She indicated that she did see Evelyn on the 25th, but according to memory, she saw her on the 25th, but less than an hour.
Less than an hour. Okay. Did she indicate whether she saw anyone else at the residence that day?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. And did she indicate that she went back to the residence at any time after that?
I don't have a recollection that she went back. I know she tried to make contact, she said, with her daughter Evelyn later, but I don't recall she going back. She went back to the residence.
Okay, so it's your belief that the last date was December 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she tell you whether or not she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan Perry prior to this time?
I don't recall that she indicated she had ever left her daughter with Ethan Perry prior to this.
Did she talk at all about the fact that Ethan was in the Army?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. What did she say about that?
She told me that Ethan was in the Army, that he was home on break, and she was going to let her daughter Evelyn stay with Ethan, who she indicated was his biological father, for the holiday.
Okay.
And that he also indicated that his contract was up or was soon to be up with the Army.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, December 25th, did the defendant indicate that she continued to go over to Ethan's house to try to see Evelyn?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. So did she tell you she did not try to go back over?
Yes, ma'am. I recall having a conversation, and she said that she called I think on New Year's Eve,
Okay.
but that she did not see Evelyn. There was some discussion, she indicated, between her at some point. I don't know if it was the 24th or 25th. I don't recall specifically. Maybe both days. She said they did get into an argument that Mr. Perry said that he was going to try to get custody.
Okay. So she's telling you that Ethan had threatened her.
With attempting to get custody of Evelyn, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did she show you any proof of any custody paperwork at any time?
She did not. I recall asking her who the biological father was on the birth certificate, and she indicated that it was not Mr. Perry. But I don't have any recollection of who that person was, if listed on.
So at some point she told you Ethan Perry was not the father.
Not listed on the birth certificate.
Not listed on the birth certificate. Okay, I apologize. Okay. So did Megan ever say why she hadn't contacted law enforcement when she could not get in touch with Ethan Perry?
Yes, ma'am, she did. I asked that question, and she said that because Mr. Perry had made threats that he would attempt to gain custody of the child,
Okay.
that she was fearful if she went to law enforcement that would further anger him and bolster his case about getting custody of the child.
Okay. Okay, so Megan has told you that she's never left Evelyn to stay with Ethan before this date. Did she ever explain to you why she felt like it was okay to leave Evelyn with essentially a stranger to Evelyn?
She indicated that she was, I recall her using the words worn out,
Okay.
that Evelyn was attached to her at the hip, and she needed a break, that she had taken care of Evelyn for a year, and she felt like it was time for Mr. Perry to step up.
Okay.
And that she had also been taking care of her father or stepfather's children, other children in the home.
Okay.
And she was tired.
Did she indicate whether or not she could handle Evelyn herself?
She indicated she was just getting too much to handle. Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to Megan Boswell that the repercussions of lying to an FBI agent?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood?
Yes, ma'am, she did verbally.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she wanted to correct any of the information that she had given you?
No, ma'am, I went through all of the information in the notes that were taken and read them back to Ms. Boswell, and she indicated she had nothing to correct.
Okay. So she continued to say that everything that she told you about Ethan was true.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am, she
Okay.
did.
During this interview, can you describe Megan Boswell's demeanor?
Yes, ma'am. Megan Boswell was very matter of fact, completely unemotional. It seemed to be unattached to the gravity of trying to locate a 1-year-old child at the time. She did show some emotion, began to tear up a little when I told her that she could be charged with a felony pursuant to lying to an agent if what she was saying was not true.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, as the investigation continued, were you able to confirm whether the story she was telling you on that day was true or not?
At a later date, yes, ma'am. I was able to confirm that she had not been truthful with me during that initial interview.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blunt. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Great, sir. Hope you are.
Thank you. What time of day was it when you arrived at the sheriff's department to conduct this interview?
It would have been in the afternoon. I can't give you an exact time, but I recall Detective Strickland calling me. I was actually sitting at my desk, so it was in the afternoon, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And as I understand it, it was at your behest that the interview was not recorded in that room. You had the cameras turned off because of FBI policy.
Yes, sir. The FBI, we take copious notes and document thoroughly and go back over with the person we're interviewing to make sure the person is true and accurate in what we have documented. And our policy at the time, I know I've been retired for a few years, but our policy at the time was not to record those interviews.
Okay.
Not unless they occurred in FBI space.
Prior to conducting this interview, had you watched any other interviews of Megan Boswell with law enforcement?
No, sir, I had not personally watched any.
Okay. Had you been made aware of other interviews with her?
It seems like Detective Strickler may have spoken with her prior to me speaking with her, but I don't know the gist of those interviews.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You're released from your subpoena. Next.
State would call David Gratz.
Raise your right hand, state your name.
David Gratz.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please tell the jury your name and please spell your last name for them, please.
My name is David Gratz. It's spelled Gratz.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in the private practice of law.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you employed?
By the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. When did you first start with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
In August of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title during that time?
I was a special agent criminal investigator.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of what that job entails?
Yes, I was assigned to the criminal investigation division. So it's what a larger department might call like a major crimes unit. So we investigated things like death investigations, missing persons, adults and children, officer-involved shootings, and public corruption.
If you can also just give the jury a brief summation of your education up until the point of starting your first job.
So I graduated from East Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in 2011. I continued on and went to law school at Lincoln Memorial University School of Law and graduated with a law degree in 2014. And do you want me to go into my first employment?
Please.
My first position was with the District Attorney General's office in the 3rd Judicial District, primarily assigned in Morristown.
Okay. And then you went to the TBI thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you called to assist in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Which agency requested the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's help?
Initially, it was called in by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for us to assist in an investigation of a missing child. And later, we were formally requested in writing to assist by the District Attorney General in various office.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a formal request for investigation, commonly issued by district attorney generals throughout the state to request the TBI to investigate facts and circumstances of a potential crime.
Okay. And is that how the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation essentially is officially called in to investigations?
In a lot of what CID does, yes, we are requested by the district attorney general.
Okay. And on this specific request, what were you being asked to do?
It's essentially just to gather the facts and circumstances of the whereabouts of a missing child.
Okay.
It was Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Were you given any background information to help you start your investigation?
And like most cases, you receive very little background information. Initially, I was just essentially told that she was missing, that her mother had been located, and law enforcement had talked to her at that point. And I think that's about all I was told initially.
Okay. And we can pass that back. We're not going to put that into evidence. I just wanted you to be able to see that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
We approach her.
This is.
We pass you a document.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is essentially a standard form made by TBI in Nashville of an Amber Alert poster. And it was issued specifically for the victim here, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Amber Alert that was prepared and in regards to missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, it is.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 185.
Would be 185.
Defense. And permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions about this. You said this is the Amber Alert that was sent out in regard to missing child Evelyn Boswell. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall when the Amber Alert was issued?
Yes, it was in the evening of February the 19th,
Okay.
2020.
Okay. February 19th. Okay. And where does that go? Does that go just to the state of Tennessee, or how was the determination made on how far that would go?
That's a question that I don't specifically know the answer to.
Okay.
I know they are issued statewide.
Okay.
I know depending on the location, it can travel over into different states at times.
Okay. And the information on the bottom of this, it's pretty small print.
I can see it.
Okay, you can see it, okay?
I can.
Is the information listed here, where had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation taken these details that are listed on the Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
Where did you get the information that Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit?
That information was provided to us by the defendant.
Okay. Where did you get information about a BMW?
Also from the defendant.
Okay. All right. Okay. So after the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was assigned, can you give a brief description of how you, let me back up one step. What was your role in this investigation with the TBI?
I was assigned as the TBI case agent.
Okay, so that means essentially the lead case agent over the case for the TBI.
For TBI, yes.
Okay, so after you were assigned this investigation, can you give us a brief description of how you conducted your investigation?
So initially, you just arrive on scene and you try to get as much information as you can. You talk to the people who have already been there, find out what they have done. You talk with the local agency or agencies that are already involved, and you really just try to understand what's going on in the investigation and what has been done so far.
Okay. And were you working with other agencies at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Which other agencies around February 18th, February 19th?
When I first arrived, it was TBI was on scene at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office with Sullivan County. And I believe there were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on scene, FBI.
Okay. And how do you meet? How did all these agencies coming together, how do they decide how to execute a plan in an investigation like this?
In the initial phases, you really do the best you can, but it oftentimes goes to either the case agent or the highest in chain of command that is on scene, and they get together and decide which agency will play a role in what, and you just divvy up tasks.
Okay. As part of what you did you go to the trailer that Megan Boswell lived in with Evelyn prior to Evelyn going missing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you went to that trailer?
That would have been the evening of the 19th of 2020, February 19th.
So the same day the Amber Alert went out?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone go with you to that trailer?
Yes, Investigator Tracy Haraz with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Why did you go there?
We were going initially to meet a young man named Austin Feller.
Okay. And did the defendant still live at that trailer?
No, she no longer lived there.
Okay. Was anyone living in that trailer at the time?
Yes, there were current tenants who had moved in.
Okay. If I could please see exhibits number 49 and 50. I'm going to show you two documents that have already been introduced into evidence. Is this the trailer that you were describing as being the defendant's trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Just another view. Is that an accurate view of that trailer?
It is.
Okay. And do you know the street address for that trailer?
I believe it's at 976 Sugar Hollow Road.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. Were you able to determine who actually owned the trailer?
Yes, I believe it belonged to the defendant's family, either her dad or her brother, some type of association owned it.
Okay. Were you able to determine if the defendant had left any property behind when she moved out?
Yes, we learned that there was still some property at the site.
And were you given consent to search that site and or anything attached to that property?
Yes, we were given consent to search a small outbuilding that was right there next to that trailer.
Okay. And did you also conduct a search outside the trailer?
I did, yes.
What were you looking for?
Any signs of disturbed dirt, anything that would lead us to believe that the victim may still be there, or anything that would lead us to her current whereabouts.
Okay. Did you find Evelyn?
No, we did not.
Did you find anything else that was significant to the investigation regarding anything associated with Evelyn?
Well, we did inside of the shed that was next to the trailer.
Okay. So what did you find in the shed?
A stroller that had been left behind.
Okay. I'm going to show you two photographs. Do you still have the photographs?
All right, objection's overruled.
Yes, I do.
You still have the photographs? Okay.
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
These are 2 photographs of the stroller we found that evening.
Okay. And were you able to determine whose property that was?
Yes, this belonged to the defendant.
Okay. So when you say belonged to the defendant, you found it where again?
In the shed that's essentially not attached, but very close to the trailer where the defendant was living.
Okay. So it did not buy, you said there were new tenants in that trailer.
That is correct.
Okay. Did they indicate that was their stroller?
No, they.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you locate anything else of relevance to this investigation inside the shed?
Not that I can recall.
At this time, we're gonna, well, let me ask this. The photographs, are they fair and accurate representation of how the stroller appeared on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask those be made, if possible, collective exhibit number 186.
The collective 186 of the defendant's objection.
Permission to publish. Is this the stroller that was inside the shed that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this just a side view of that same stroller?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also take the stroller itself into evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. If, Your Honor, may he step down for a second?
Yes.
Okay. If you could step down to where the microphone is. And I'm going to ask if you can identify this piece, if you can recognize what that is.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the stroller we found at the defendant's former trailer.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 187.
Be full exhibit 187, over objection.
And Your Honor, would you like for us to fold that up? They're not always the easiest. Ooh, good job. Do you need help? Let's roll it up, see if we can roll it under the table. That'll work. There you go. Thank you. So I'm assuming, was law enforcement working long hours during these first few days?
Absolutely.
Did you attempt to interview the defendant about Evelyn?
Yes, later that night.
Okay. And what would the date have been for that?
When we attempted the interview, it was on February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And about what time did that interview start?
Shortly before midnight and continued on into the early morning hours of February 20th.
Okay. Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office here in Blountville.
Okay. Was this interview audio or video recorded?
I believe that interview was audio only recorded.
Okay. And is that office that you interviewed located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to talking with the defendant, did you Mirandize her?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you?
She did.
During this interview, did she tell you the last time that she saw Evelyn?
Yes, she did.
Okay. When did she say she last saw Evelyn?
The day after Christmas, on the 26th of December, 2019.
Okay. Where did she say she saw Evelyn?
At Ethan Perry's grandparents' house.
Who did she say Ethan was in relation to Evelyn?
She had told us, or the defendant being she, had told us that Ethan Perry was Evelyn's father.
Did you talk with her about where Ethan was living?
I did, yes.
Okay, what did you tell her?
Told her that, we had learned that Ethan was full-time in the military and was currently living on a base in Louisiana, I believe, and was living in a barracks on a base.
Okay. Had law enforcement already talked to Ethan at this point?
Yes, they had the Army's branch of CID.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant that?
I did.
What did you tell her about Ethan and Evelyn?
I essentially just told her that law enforcement had cleared that idea that Ethan had Evelyn inside of a barracks.
Okay. Did Megan stay with that story about Ethan?
At that time, she maintained that all she knew was that Ethan had Evelyn.
Okay. And where did she say that she had been living?
As of recently, she told us, the defendant told us she had been living with her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. Did you ask her if Hunter could have hurt Evelyn?
I did. I asked that specifically.
What did she say?
The defendant said that Hunter would not do that.
Did you ask her if Hunter had been around Evelyn at all?
I did, yes.
And what did she say?
Essentially, no. At that point, she said Hunter had never been around Evelyn.
Okay. Did she say if Hunter had ever babysat Evelyn?
We were told by the defendant that Hunter never babysat Evelyn.
Did she say if Hunter had ever held Evelyn?
The defendant told us that Hunter had never held Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ask her if Evelyn had ever stayed at Hunter's house over on Sandy Point?
Yes, I asked her about that, and the defendant told me that no, Evelyn had never stayed over at Hunter's residence.
Okay. Prior to when she said she left Evelyn with Ethan, did she indicate whether she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan in the past?
She told us that Ethan had never kept Evelyn alone prior to that day.
Okay. Did she tell you whether or not Evelyn had met Ethan before?
They had been introduced, I believe, briefly prior to that day on a trip to Texas.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you how many times she'd seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan in December?
I believe that we had talked about that, yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times she said she'd seen Evelyn?
I don't think she had seen Evelyn at all after that December 26th date.
Sorry to object. I'll not make the objection. We approach the bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go with the officer.
Everyone stand, please.
Oh, what's his issue now?
You may be seated. Thank you.
We'll take about a 15-minute break. Mr. Gratz, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness during the break. We'll allow him to discuss their testimony.
Excellent. Court stands in recess.
Woohoo, 10-minute break. What's happened now? The defence has objected to something, but they've decided to take a 10-minute break. But they're only going to 4 p.m. today anyway. So what time is it? So that would be 9 p.m. my time. All right, so they've got nearly 2 hours yet. No, I know. I know. Do these lawyers not prep these witnesses? Yeah, they do. They do, but they can't. They have to sometimes play it by ear a little bit. If the witness says something that they didn't expect, and obviously they can't preempt when the opposite side is going to object. So, you know, they have to think on their toes. But yeah, they do prep the witnesses. Should be a long 3 weeks, yeah. They will. They'll be able to fit a few more recesses in. They absolutely will. Well, it must have been hard to defend her. That might be why the first attorney quit. Because this trial should have happened in February of 2023. That was when it was scheduled. And it didn't happen because Brad Sproles, who was Megan's first attorney, quit. They ended up not being able to work together. Like, him and Megan just stopped getting along. And they had to completely reschedule the trial. And it's ended up being a further 2 years in the making. I don't know why. When Brad Sproles quit at the end of 2022, I don't know why it took 2 years. It's not like there's loads of really complex evidence. I don't know why Gene Scott felt he needed 2 years to be able to learn the case. But this is where we are. It's one of the reasons why it's been so long. Like, first of all, there was COVID. That set the clock back. I think there was one continuance with Brad Sproles, And then it was all systems go for February 23. And then it all fell apart. And here we are. What age is she now? She was born in March 2001. So she's going to be nearly 24. Which one wanted to change of venue? Can't remember. I think it might have been this one. But don't quote me on that. He might have had another big case in between. Yeah, that's possible. That is possible. How many did you show before? It was just Brad Sproles, and then there would have been like a second person who, like in this case, there's Gene Scott, and then there's another guy who does a few of them. So there would have been a second chair, but I don't know what his name was. No trial flaws. They're all like this. They're all like this. This is better than some, honestly. Like some, they're objecting every 2 seconds. She absolutely is going to be in prison a long time. But it does benefit the defence for a case to have gone on for this long. It does benefit the defence because, as you're seeing, there's so many of the witnesses saying, "I can't remember. It's so long ago. I can't remember. I can't remember." And they're genuine, because who can remember something that happened 5 years ago when you wouldn't have committed it to memory at the time because it didn't seem that important? And now trying to think back on a specific day that happened over 5 years ago, you're going to really struggle. So it benefits the defence because they can try to get the jury on their side by saying, "Oh, well, these witnesses aren't reliable because they don't remember anything." So again, it raises that little bit of reasonable doubt, like, "Oh, well, these witnesses don't remember, so we have to give them the benefit of the doubt." So it benefits the defence to just drag it out a little bit. Also, you get witnesses who die, or witnesses who are too unwell to testify, like we've seen with Hunter. You know, if this had happened in February 2023, as it was originally planned, Hunter wouldn't have been in a mental facility and he would have been able to testify. No, you haven't missed any revelations. I think this is a day of law enforcement. So like the law enforcement officers who from various agencies who were involved. Like these guys have to testify. We have to hear from them, but they very often basically say the same thing. I'm not aware that there was any deals or anything like that. There's little they can offer her. What could they offer her? because the death penalty wasn't on the table anyway. Like normally, if it's a death penalty case, the state will say, look, we'll take the death penalty off the table if you plead guilty. But given that the death penalty is not on the table in this case, then what can they possibly offer her? Because, you know, the murder of a baby, she's in for, you know, a long time anyway. She's in for a long, long time. So I don't recall any deal. Now, look, we can only recall what's made it into the public domain. There may have been a deal offered in the back room, and it just been, or the defence has, you know, maybe contemplated whether they'd accept a deal, but we've never heard any mentioned. And I don't imagine in a case like this, given how many charges there are as well, you know, they could say, oh, well, we'll drop off 5 of the lie charges. It doesn't mean anything, because the murder charge trumps it all. She's going to be in prison for a long, long, long time. Life with parole, like Susan Smith. Well, they could say life with parole in 30 years. They could say that. And then when 30 years comes, then they don't give her a parole. So, yeah, they could do that. But it's going to be a long way down the road. Why was it not a DP case? Because she's 18. It's just Tennessee law. She was 18 at the time that the crime was committed. She had no previous convictions, and apparently there was only one aggravating factor in the case. So all of those things together. But I think the main thing was that she was only 18, so only just an adult. And they don't do the death penalty in those circumstances. I'm pretty sure that if they could have, they would have gone for the death penalty. Oh yeah, parole's never automatic. There's always the where there's cases like this, where the defendant's quite young and they give them the possibility of parole in, let's say, 30 years. Megan would be in her mid-50s, so she'd still have a little bit of life in her. It's always that, ooh, do you really want them to see the light of day at all? Do you really want to give them that? And also, you know, for the family, it brings it back up. Because, you know, they know that they're going to apply for parole. They might not get it, but they're entitled to apply for it. Thank you, Vivian, for being a member for 29 months. I know. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Oh, I didn't get a chance to talk about Hayden Manis at the lunchtime, but go and check out my video that I did earlier today. It's only like 9 minutes. It's only really short. But one of the local news stations, I don't have time to play it now. I was going to play it over the lunch, but we got talking about yesterday's testimony. But the news channel WTHR did a nice little piece on Hayden. I'll find the link for you. And that's only dead short as well, so easy enough to you can watch it in 8 minutes. Here we go. So it's WTHR. But we'll be able to talk about Hayden again. We'll talk about him on Monday. And it's another case. It reminds me a lot of Harmony Montgomery. Yeah. It reminds me a lot. But if you watch my video, where I was annoyed this morning because I hadn't heard of the case until last night. I saw someone posting about it on Twitter, and I thought, oh, I'm going to talk about that case tomorrow. And then this morning when I came to look at it, I was like, there's so many questions that I just don't have the answers to. Like, how has this case gone on for so long? No one's been aware of it, and why is it coming out now? It's just, I'm so mad. I was proper annoyed. But yeah, the WTHR little piece has got his granddad and a couple of aunties that were interviewed. So you get a little bit more of the context. But it's really sad. It's really sad how a little boy can just disappear. And no one reports. All right. Well, back to your session. You know.
You may be seated. Thank you. General, you may continue your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm trying to remember where we left off. Give me just a second. Okay. I think we had left off on me asking you if the defendant had told you how many times she had seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan. Is that the last question I asked you?
I think we were somewhere in that area for sure.
And do you remember what she told you?
I believe what she said was that she had not seen Evelyn since that day.
Okay. Did she tell you that she had been trying to get in touch with Ethan?
I think she said she'd reached out to him maybe one time, once or twice.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she was getting worried about Evelyn and her safety?
No, I think she said she just hadn't really given it a lot of thought.
Okay. Did you ask why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did.
What'd she say?
I think she just said she didn't really have a good.
Sustained.
Okay, so I'm going to ask when I ask you a question. If you don't know the answer, you don't have to tell me.
Sure.
We try not to speculate with words like "I think" or things like that. Okay, so I may back up just a few questions and ask you those questions again. Okay. Did Megan say she tried to get in touch with Ethan after the last time she had seen Evelyn?
I know she said that, yes.
Okay. Did she say she ever got worried about Evelyn and or her safety?
She said she had not.
Okay. Did you ask her why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did ask her that.
And what was her response?
Specifically, I don't recall what she said.
Okay. What was her demeanor during this interview?
I would describe it as just very nonchalant.
Okay. And on this same day, do you recall being present when she was interviewed again?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone else present during that interview?
Yes.
And who was present?
At the time, it was Sergeant Matt Price.
Okay. Was the interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
And where did it take place?
It was also at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
How much time had passed from the interview we just talked about to this interview that we're getting ready to talk about?
Something like 8 hours. The interview we initially discussed ended at around 3 a.m. The interview at the next day was around midday, noon.
Okay. So you said the first one ended around 3 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what time do you believe the second one began?
It was around noon the following day, the 20th.
Okay. Without going into the details of that interview, we're going to go ahead and jump ahead to the following day, February 21st. Was the defendant interviewed again on February 21st?
She was.
Was anyone else present for that interview?
Matt Price,
Okay.
Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And was that interview also audio, video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Prior to that interview, had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation collected some of Megan Boswell's property from the residents of Hunter Wood?
Yes, a couple of our agents had collected some of her property.
Okay. And did Megan Boswell give you consent to search and collect those items?
She did.
Okay. Oh, just a second. Okay. Okay. Let's pass you some items from evidence. Would you prefer? I'll just send that.
Scissors up there. There's a pair of scissors.
If you want.
Thank you.
If you could just, there should be some gloves up there. Do you see gloves up on the table?
I do. I'm putting them on now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, two of them already. Tell me the number again. You have that one opened?
No, I was sort of waiting on you to
It's
ask
okay.
a question.
If you could go ahead and open that item. Okay, can you tell me what that is?
This is a small Polaroid type picture that the defendant described was taken at I believe that one was the Blowing Rock trip in North Carolina.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there a date at all on that? There may not be, I don't know.
This photograph does not have a date on it.
Okay. And where did you obtain that photo? Was that from, where was that photograph obtained from?
It was from a box of belongings belonged to the defendant.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 188.
You want it back in the envelope?
May we publish, Your Honor? Permission to publish? Okay. And how did you know what this was a photograph of?
At the time during the interview, myself and Sergeant Price were sitting there with the defendant, pulling these items out, asking her to describe these items to us.
Okay. And she described that as being from Blowing Rock.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, actually, I want to see.
Could I get that exact? No.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask to open it and see if you can identify it.
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are a couple of the brochures the defendant described as coming from the trip that they had taken over to North Carolina, they being the defendant and her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. So how many documents do you have in front of you?
3.
Okay. And what are they individually?
One is titled The Official Visitor's Map and Guide to Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another one is Mystery Hill, which has a map of North Carolina. North Carolina's natural gravitational anomaly.
Okay.
Another one is North Carolina's oldest tourist attraction, the Blowing Rock.
Okay. If you could slide those back in, I'm going to show them to the defense really quickly. Your Honor, we'd offer this as exhibit number 189, please.
Any objection? No, sir. It's collected exhibit 189.
And where did you find those brochures?
They were with the defendant's belongings.
And where were, when you say the defendant's belongings, where were those belongings located?
Inside the residence of Hunter Wood.
Okay. I see the next. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
These are photographs of the defendant and Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that also something that you collected from her belongings?
Yes.
Okay. Is it any, does it appear, well, if I could just pass those back first and let Mr. Scott take a look at those. Can we approach?
I was hoping today might go a little bit quicker, a little bit speedier. Yeah, this man does not want to be there. It's Saturday as well. I'm guessing that TBI agents sometimes do work Saturdays. However, he's out of the game, isn't he? He's an attorney, so he probably does a nice Monday to Friday job. This is eating into his weekend. He's probably got his own cases and all sorts of things to get on with, and there he is. About a case that happened 5 years ago. It is like wading through treacle today. It was the same yesterday as well. I think it was worse yesterday, honestly. Or maybe it just felt worse.
All right, sustained in part, overruled in part.
And we'd ask these be made
Collective 190.
190. permission to publish.
Go ahead.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of one of the photos that you took from the defendant's property?
Yes, it is.
Were these located within anything?
They were inside of a box that the defendant identified as hers.
Okay. Same thing with that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a card titled Thinking of You with Love.
Okay. And does it have any names on it?
Yes, the names on it are Maggie and Hunter.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where that was collected?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass that back, please.
We resolved it.
We resolved it. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn, 2 photographs of Evelyn, 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant.
Okay. And where were those found?
With the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
Sustained.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a receipt from the Olive Garden on Northeastman Road in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay. Was that also taken from the defendant's property?
It was.
Okay. Okay. We'd ask that be offered as exhibit number 191. If I could have it passed back to the witness briefly. Forgot to ask you, what is the date on that receipt?
It's January the 11th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask if I could please have, you saw that exhibit with you? You can pass that back down to the clerk. And then ask if exhibit number 29 or 21 can please be passed to the witness. No, sorry, not 21. I'm wrong. Hold on. It would be number 91. Sorry. I'm going to ask if you could take a look at that. And see if you recognize that.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is a shirt that belonged to the victim, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, where was that found?
It was inside what the defendant referenced as a baby box.
Okay. And where was that baby box located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
At where?
Hunter's residence.
Hunter's residence, okay. Your Honor, we had previously marked that exhibit as number 91 for ID only. We'd ask that be made a full exhibit at this time. Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you. Well, let me ask the court, may I publish it, Your Honor? Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you to take it out of the package and show it to the jury, please.
Do you just want me to hold it up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to stand up so everyone can see it. Thank you. Okay, thanks. No. I'm going to ask if exhibit 92 could please be passed to the witness. Same thing. I'm going to ask if you could open that exhibit and see if you can identify it. Don't show it to the jury yet.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
This is a child's blanket.
Okay. And does it have any special features on it that are identifiable? What type of blanket is it?
It's a shark blanket.
Okay.
Baby shark.
And where was that located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At Hunter's Woods residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in that box that you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that had been previously marked as ID only. We would ask that it be made into a full exhibit.
Exhibit 92. Now
Okay. May we publish it, Your Honor?
You want me to stand up again?
So long as the court is okay with that. Okay, thank you. So before we went through all of those, we were talking about that interview from February 21st with Sergeant, now Lieutenant Price. Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office.
And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
During this interview, you discussed a second ago the term memory box. At some point, did you have an interview with the defendant regarding this memory box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about, just briefly, what you did with the defendant?
During that interview, we had what the defendant referred to as the memory box, and we pulled items out of it sort of one by one and had the defendant identify what each item was and the significance of each item,
okay,
if any.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
You know, at that point, we were just following whatever leads were coming in. We had received that property, and we were trying to identify what it was, determine how it was relevant, and also establish a timeline for the last known whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
And did the defendant freely and voluntarily go through that box with you?
Yes.
Okay, give me just 1 second. Your Honor, may we approach?
I have no idea why there's a sidebar now. Exactly. Who makes the memory box when the child is missing? Exactly. Exactly. Absolutely, so many people would have taken Evelyn. Absolutely. No doubt about it. Thank you for being a member for 8 months. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you. So Megan was with Caleb throughout the spring of 2019.
One stand, please.
Oh, dear God, no. I don't know what's up now, Moira. Any number of things could be up now.
May be seated, thank you. All right, we'll be in recess. Okay, for 10 minutes. You want to take whatever.
Going to be in recess for another 10 minutes. Defense doesn't want memory boxing evidence. No, I suspect not. Because they're emotive items. And why have a memory box when your kid's missing? What's the significance of that? And that baby short blanket and the little shirt. What was her name? Caleb's mother, I can't remember her name, who gave evidence yesterday, said that she'd got the baby short blanket and she put Evelyn's name on it and given it to Megan for Evelyn's birthday. And their little shirt as well. So they're probably the things that she saved. But that shirt looked like it still had a tag on it, so she hadn't worn it. So yeah, they're emotive items. Same with the baby stroller. Like those things are tangible. Like they're more emotive than a photo even. So the fact that she'd been, she's just saved a handful of items, but all the stroller she probably just forgot about because it was in a shed near the trailer. But all the things that you would need for a baby were just dumped in Tommy Boswell's shed. Everything, literally everything was all dumped in there. But these are the tangible items that they can use to show the jury. Yeah, Miss Stacey. I couldn't remember her first name. Having cookies and a nap. Well, I think they're at the sidebar. So they've obviously got something to discuss. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people save things like from the baby, things like a first tooth and the first tooth to come out, things like that. Hands and feet prints, little mementos. Yeah, people save those, but it's just interesting the significance of this, given that everything else had been thrown away. I mean, literally everything else had been thrown away. I think that's what makes it so weird. It's clear that Evelyn wasn't coming back. Let's put it that way. Just reading back the chat. Yeah, 20 to 25 are prime years for the onset of adult schizophrenia. That's true. Well, young adulthood. So 18 to 25, that's like the risk time for schizophrenia. So it could well be that that's his diagnosis and that'll be his diagnosis for life. Could it be a drug-induced psychosis? Yeah, I guess. Similar symptoms. But I honestly don't think that he's got himself committed to a mental institution just because of this trial. This trial, you know, the thought of this trial coming up might have exacerbated the symptoms, might have made the symptoms worse. But I don't think you get yourself committed just because of this trial. And how would you be able to fake those symptoms? Like, as an inpatient, it's not like a 10 minutes doctor's appointment where you can fake something for 10 minutes. This is an inpatient facility where you're basically being monitored the whole time. So you're not going to be able to fake symptoms like that effectively 24/7 for months. I really don't think so. Does Hunter have kids? People were saying in the chat earlier that he has a child, one child, but I don't know the accuracy of that. I don't know how old that child is. But he didn't have children when Megan was with him. But then again, that was 5 years ago. Yeah, I'd like to know the dates of photos. Now, look, the photos that she's actually saved, they're not going to have dates on, are they? They got a date off a receipt, so 11th of January. But the photos that they've been showing on the screen, they'd have metadata connected to them. I'd like to have more actual data that would either corroborate or conflict with, either or, what the witnesses are saying. So I'm hoping that they do have a witness who'll talk about the contents of Megan's phone. Surely that will be really important to know who she was talking to and what she was talking about. For me, that seems like a no-brainer. Because that phone, I'm very sure that they have that. And it would probably answer some questions. Have any of the medical examiners testified yet? No, not yet. So at the moment, we've had lots of law enforcement. They tend to come first in trials anyway. And because they introduce a lot of stuff into evidence and a lot of witnesses to say when they last saw Evelyn. Like day 2 was all about, witnesses who could say when the last time, approximately, they last saw Evelyn. So it was like personal witnesses to, connected in some way to Megan's life. We're early on in the case. given that the trial is meant to be lasting 3 weeks, and of course, there's been, along with law enforcement, there's been the interviews. Like, it's all building up a picture of Megan's lies. So all we've seen so far is the prosecution building up that picture of Megan's lies via law enforcement and via, the witnesses that knew her, that she implicated in some way. Thank you, Little Bear Paws, for being a member for 18 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, the aquarium photo must be from December, as it's got 2019 on it. And she didn't meet under till December. Yeah, that's true. Did Megan ever confess to anything? No. The best she did, the closest she came, was admitting that she knew Evelyn was dead. But she said that either her or Hunter rolled over on her in her sleep. Like, she was sleeping with them and she was dead when they woke up in the morning. So one of them must have rolled on her. And then she said it was Hunter that disposed of Evelyn's body and she didn't know where he'd put her, which was a complete and total nonsense of a lie. How would you let someone take your baby and dispose of them somewhere and you not know where they put them? I mean, just, no, silly. Like, it was all about having to be, forced into a corner and having to admit that Evelyn was dead and that all the previous lies just weren't true, but tried to distance herself as much as possible. I mean, she can think on her feet. She's got that ability to be able to think on her feet and just make up lies. Just matter of fact, just make up lies and then cry on command. So that's what the prosecution are doing. They're building up this picture of her and just exposing all of the different lies to all the different people that she spoke to. There's so many. So many. Well, look, maybe he's got some earth-shattering evidence that'll make us all change our mind. But it's going to have to be really, really good. Really good. Yeah, that's right. She did. Yeah, but Evelyn was already gone by then. What do I think the defense is going to bring? Probably nothing. Look, the defense don't have to do anything. It's the state that has to prove the charges. The state has to prove to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense don't have to do anything. They could sit there and say not a word. And the jury technically shouldn't hold that against them. But what they're going to bring. If they're going to put on their own case to implicate someone else, which they have the right to do, then, well, that's going to be very interesting, and it remains to be seen. It totally remains to be seen. Definition of psycho. There's something in there. Thank you, Deborah, for the $20 super sticker. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Do I think she's in the dark triangle? You mean the dark triad? Maybe. So psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. She's definitely self-absorbed. She definitely is very shallow affect and lacks empathy. Machiavellianism, I don't know about that. I haven't seen evidence of that. Wonder if they did DNA on the foil. Again, we've not seen any forensic. We've not had any of that technical kind of evidence yet. Yeah, they do. That's exactly what they think. Do I think they've proven anything beyond a reasonable doubt? It's very early on in the case. If I was a juror, I would be keeping a tally. I'd be writing down each lie and trying to put together a timeline. And I certainly, if I was a juror, I'd be sitting there being very unfavourable to Megan right now. However, it is early on in the case, so we've got a long time to go and we've got a lot of witnesses to come. So we'll see. We will see. Well, she's implicated everybody. So I think the defense might try to work on that some more, like using Hunter. He's the perfect fall guy, given that he can't testify. He's the perfect fall guy. But we'll see. We'll see how far the defense takes that. Yeah, she was brought up by her grandparents, but like on the property where Tommy lives now. Oh yeah, it makes sense for them to use him as the fall guy. Makes absolute sense. But that's right. The prosecution, I think, have to keep stressing the case that Evelyn was dead or likely to be dead early on in December. If so, she'd only just met Hunter. So as I keep saying, what would Hunter's motive be? You know, a kid that you've only just met, why would you murder him? Why would you? By the way, the judge hasn't turned on the sound yet, so it's not me that is holding the sound off.
Your Honor, if I could quickly have exhibit number 189 passed back to the witness for just a second. It should be on the far right on that table. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to ask for you to open that back up. Should be brochures from Blowing Rock. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could look into those brochures and see if you anything that indicates a date.
There's a receipt here.
Okay.
The date indicated is January the 19th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I need from that. Thank you. I'm going to ask if you can open that up and see if you can identify it.
Yes, this is like a memory book that says "Hello, Baby" on the front, and it appears to have an ultrasound.
And where was that found?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At what location?
Hunter's residence.
Okay. Okay. We will ask to be moving that as exhibit number 192.
Any objection?
No objection for our agreement. That's great.
Full exhibit 192.
And what I'm going to do right now is just ask for you to, Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury, just the front of the book? Okay. You could just hold up the front of the book so the jury can see the front of the book, please. Okay. Thank you. And we briefly talked before the break. Is that the book that we were discussing in regards to that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can pass that back to the clerk. At some point, did the defendant tell you someone other than Ethan allegedly had Evelyn?
She did, yes.
And who did she allege had Evelyn?
After a period of time, the defendant told us that her mother, in fact, had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And her mother's name is Angela Boswell, also referred to as Angel from time to time.
And were you able to locate Angela Boswell?
Yes, she was located.
And where was she located?
In Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Okay. Was she with anyone?
She was with a man named William McLeod.
Okay. Did Angela have Evelyn?
No, she did not.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, had anything led you to believe that Angela had Evelyn at any point?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself end up going to North Carolina?
Yes, I did.
And why?
To interview Angela Boswell and William McLeod.
Okay. Moving forward a few days, do you remember meeting with Megan Boswell again on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was present for that interview?
Now Lieutenant Matt Price.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
At the sheriff's office.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of that interview?
At that point, we were still speaking with the defendant, trying to get as much information as we could regarding the investigation.
Okay. Had you started developing a timeline at any point?
Yes, that's one thing that we worked on throughout this investigation that is important when you're looking for a missing person to determine their last known whereabouts.
Okay. And were you continually working in and out of the sheriff's department during this time?
Yes.
Did you have a scheduled interview with the defendant on February 25th of 2020?
No, we did not.
Okay. Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes, she showed up at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you why she showed up that day?
Initially, or throughout talking with her, she gave a couple of different reasons.
Okay. What did she say?
She was concerned about having her body spray returned to her. She was talking about forming a search party to go to an area she kept referring to as Mendota. And she was asking about whether she would be, or whether there would be any issues with tampering with evidence.
Okay. Did she specify why she was concerned about tampering with evidence?
The defendant told us that someone had told her that she might get arrested for tampering with evidence.
Okay. Had law enforcement heard about Mendota?
Yes, the Mendota had been brought up a few times as a possible place to search.
Okay. Did the defendant at this time show you any concern for Evelyn?
She did not.
Do you recall speaking with her in a different manner to try to get her to give you more information about where Evelyn might be?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Did you give her any possible scenarios?
Yes, during the interview, that particular February 25th interview, we discussed with her, were there any other possibilities about the whereabouts of Evelyn? For example, was she aware that something happened and wasn't telling law enforcement?
Okay. What do you mean something happened? Can you describe further what you mean by that?
I was specifically asking her about whether Evelyn had any breathing issues, for example, whether she had stopped breathing at some point, and the defendant just didn't know what to do and hadn't yet reported that to law enforcement.
Okay. What made you decide to suggest this to her?
There were several reasons. Throughout the investigation, we were consulting with our forensic scientist in the lab, as well as the doctors at the William Jenkins Forensic Center about possibilities in child deaths. And some of the issues that had come up were positional asphyxiation.
Okay. You used the word positional asphyxiation. Is that a word you used with the defendant?
In the interview, I don't think I said those specific words.
Okay. Do you know what words or do you recall what specific words you used?
Specifically, I think I just was asking about whether the victim had stopped breathing.
Okay. So you asked her specifically if Evelyn might have stopped breathing. Were you suggesting an accident, or were you suggesting that it was, for lack of a better word, a homicide at this point?
You know, we were open to all types of theories at that point, but we did want to know whether an accident had occurred sometime in the past and she had done something and just not told us about it at that point.
When you discussed these things with her, did she continue to maintain nothing like that had happened?
She did. She denied that there was ever any breathing issues.
Okay. Did she maintain she told you everything?
Multiple times the defendant had told us that she had told us everything that she knew.
Okay. And do you recall that interview ending?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall where that interview took place within the building?
It took place in several parts of the building. At one point, we were upstairs in the sheriff's office, And another point, we had walked the defendant downstairs to essentially escort her out of the building.
Okay, so you walked her down yourself?
I believe now Lieutenant Price was with me.
Okay, when you got to the door, did you see anything outside?
Yes, at that time, the news media was just right outside the front door.
Okay, what did you do when you saw them?
We offered out of a courtesy to the defendants, do you want to go out another door so you don't have to face them?
Okay, and did you in fact walk her to a different door?
Yes, we walked her out a side door at the sheriff's office.
Okay, and did you see the defendant after that moment?
Yes.
What
yes,
did you
we
see?
did.
What did you see?
She had walked from that side door back to the front of the building and then gave an interview with the news.
Okay. And looking for Evelyn, how many times did law enforcement search that trailer park where the defendant was living with Evelyn?
I know multiple. I know I was there twice, and I know other law enforcement officers had gone in addition to that.
Anything ever found other than the stroller we've already talked about that was helpful to the investigation?
No.
Okay. Can you please tell us how many law enforcement agencies had been called in to help find Evelyn Boswell?
The specific number, I don't know. However, it was a large amount of law enforcement, essentially all of the TBI resources out of the Johnson City office, several from the Knoxville office. Many people from Nashville were helping. I know our aviation unit, several pilots assisted with a plane, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and probably every local agency in the greater East Tennessee area. The United States Marshal Service was involved at times. Our partner agency in North Carolina, the State Bureau of Investigation, assisted, along with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was a tip line established in order to try to find Evelyn?
Yes, in scenarios like this, we use a tip line, the number being 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many tips came in during that time?
A couple of thousand.
Okay. How does a law enforcement agency determine which leads to follow?
At different times, especially early on in the investigation, we man the tip line with different agents. Different analysts in Nashville are keeping eyes on every tip that go in, and we essentially use our experience and determine which tips that maybe we should look at first and try to prioritize them and continue to working them until we can close them and move on to others.
Okay. Are you confident that every credible lead was followed to the end?
Absolutely.
Okay. And were you given leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you directly? Individuals to look at?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you follow the leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what, like just one at a time, what was one of those leads that she gave you as to where Evelyn was?
So we got the initial story that Evelyn was with Ethan, and us and other law enforcement agencies and the Army CID essentially eliminated that lead.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you were able to eliminate Ethan as a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. What about Angela Boswell?
Same answer. Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate Angela Boswell?
Yes.
Did you investigate her boyfriend, Will McLeod?
Yes, we did.
Based on your investigation, were you able to confidently eliminate Angela Boswell and Will McLeod as suspects?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Of course you want to approach defence. You don't want to be eliminating any suspects, do you?
Objection sustained as before.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase the question, okay? Were you able to eliminate Angela Boswell and or Will McLeod, her boyfriend, as suspects in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mendota?
Yes, that area was thoroughly searched by multiple law enforcement agencies, and we never found any bit of information or evidence that linked to that area to Evelyn Boswell.
Can you briefly tell the jury what Megan Boswell had told you about Mendota?
The defendant kept referencing campgrounds in Mendota. I wasn't really sure what she meant at the time, but she kept bringing up, you should go to Mendota. And she just kept bringing it up.
Okay. Was Mendota investigated?
Thoroughly, yes.
Okay. Were you able to locate anything of importance to this investigation in Mendota and or at a campground in Mendota?
No, nothing.
Okay. Pass your document. Ask if you can identify it.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. What is it?
This is an application for applying for a residence at Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend.
Okay. Her boyfriend.
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that something that was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be. Yeah.
Oh, stop with the sidebars. She absolutely had them off on a wild goose chase. She totally did.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
Objection was withdrawn.
We would ask that be admitted as exhibit number 193.
Before exhibit 193.
And permission to publish. Okay. Oops. Okay. Is this the application you were just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when they were looking, or does this say, when were they looking to try to get an apartment at Overlook Apartments?
January the 4th, 2020.
Did you learn how many occupants that the defendant and Hunter Wood put on their application?
Yes, 3.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about who the third occupant was going to be?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant say the third occupant was going to be Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
The defendant told us that at that time she was pregnant and the third occupant was for the unborn baby.
Okay. So then did you go one step further and ask her why Evelyn was not listed on that application?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay, what did she say?
She told us it was not Evelyn because Hunter either would not or did not want Evelyn to live with him.
Okay. Was she able to explain where Evelyn was going to be living then, if not with her and Hunter?
No.
Jumping ahead to March 6, 2020, do you recall being contacted by the defendant's father, Tommy Boswell?
Yes.
And without going into hearsay on what he told law enforcement, did law enforcement go to Tommy Boswell's property?
Yes. Initially, myself and Detective Haraz.
Okay. And is that located in Bluntville?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the street name or address?
Muddy Creek at 539/543.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of going there?
We were under the impression some of the defendant's property was at that location.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 5:30 that evening or afternoon.
Okay. And did Tommy Boswell give law enforcement consent to search that day?
He did, yes.
Okay. If I could please have exhibits number 6, 8, 9. Well, 6 and then 8 through 12, please. Pass to the witness, please. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. First, if you could take a look at exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is a drawing or a sketch of the scene at 539/543 Muddy Creek.
Okay. Is there a pointer device up there besides you?
There's a flash.
That's it. Okay. If you could pass the exhibits to me, we'll try to do it that way to make it quicker. It's not a flashlight.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought it was a flashlight.
Okay. We'll try to make it quicker this way. These have already all come into evidence, so we'll just discuss each one. Is this a diagram of the property as it was on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show the jury? I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. Can you show the jury where you first searched?
Are you wanting me to point at that screen?
Yes. It should work. There you go.
Would have been in this area right here. It's excuse me. It is labeled as shed.
Okay. And did you search anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where else you searched?
That building there that's labeled as Playhouse.
Okay. Now I see a box below that also appears to say shed. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
What was that?
That was another outbuilding that was full of, I believe the business name is Tommy's Paving or something like that. And it was full of paving or asphalt related equipment.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you next what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is that the outbuilding that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 8. Is that the outbuilding and the playhouse that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit number 9. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a photograph of the outbuilding or shed where it shows either the defendant's or some of Evelyn's belongings.
It's essentially the shed with the door open.
Correct.
Okay. Number 10. Is this what you're calling? Did you call it a playhouse?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 12. Is that just the playhouse with the door open?
Yes.
Had anything been disturbed at the time this photo was had taken place?
No.
I think I might have gotten this out of order. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Were you present for the search of that shed/outbuilding?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also present for the search of the playhouse on the property?
Yes.
And were you aware of whose playhouse that was?
Yes. It was the playhouse of the defendant.
Okay. If I could please have shown exhibits number 13, 14, 16, and 17, or just if I could have this passed to me, please. 13, 14, 16, 17. Thank you. These have already been admitted into evidence. First, exhibit number 13. Is it? Okay, I just made it worse. There we go. Okay. Is that how the playhouse appeared as you looked inside?
Yes.
Had anything been moved yet?
No.
Anything you noticed at first glance about this space?
Yes. A lot of the area in the back of the playhouse was covered in dirt, dust, debris, spiderwebs, and there were several items just right inside the door that it appeared they were placed in the playhouse more recently.
Okay. And which says just a second. This photo, exhibit number 14, again, how does that appear to you upon first glance when you went to that scene?
That's just a better photograph showing all of the dirt, debris, or other things on top of the belongings in there.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you exhibit number 17. Had anything been moved prior to this photograph being taken?
No.
Okay. And if you look closely, it's hard to tell. Can you see the black trash bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to 17 for just a second. So you stated, I'll put this one back up for just a second. You just stated that a few items appeared out of place. Can you tell the jury or use your pointer on which items you are talking about?
These trash bags
Okay.
right here
Mm-hmm.
and this trash can.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why did those appear out of place to you?
'Cause they weren't covered with any dirt or dust or spider webs.
Okay. So based upon that, did law enforcement make the decision to look closer at some of the items in the playhouse?
Yes.
And which items were looked at closer?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. And who in particular went to take a look at the trash can?
Agent Fraley.
Okay. Is that Brian Fraley with the TBI?
That's correct.
And did you witness Agent Fraley do this?
Yes.
We're going to do this kind of in steps. What did you see Agent Fraley do first?
Just reach in for the trash can.
Okay. And does he pull anything out of the trash can at some point?
Yes.
What does he pull out?
Initially, the bags that were on top.
Okay. And did you notice anything at the time that he pulled the bag on top?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A couple of things. There was some, did it look like flesh in a sort of this part of either an elbow and an arm or the part of a knee and a leg, and noticed immediately the smell of human decomposition.
Okay. Had you noticed that smell prior to that trash bag being removed?
No.
Okay. And again, in looking at this photo, actually, I'll pass that back up. If I could please have number 18 and 19 and 42, please. Okay, this has been previously admitted. With this photo, is that what you were just referencing a few moments ago?
Yes.
Is that before or after the black trash bag was removed?
This photo would have been taken after.
Okay. So now, did you think that was a baby's leg?
Initially, when I first saw it, I really thought that it might have been a baby doll. It looked like an antique, kind of a flesh color, and it was, it's hard to describe the look of the skin, but it almost did not look real. It had like a shine to it. And as you can tell, it's at least getting dark at this point. We're in the evening, in the wintertime, and we're shining flashlights on it. So I specifically remember that it had like just kind of a shine to it. And initially I thought, is that a baby doll?
Okay. And you said it was dark when you were doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine that it was not a baby doll?
It was immediately apparent.
Okay. And at that point, what did law enforcement decide to do?
We sort of paused at that point and decided we needed to call some other people in. We made a decision on who was going to perform that search and how it was going to be performed.
Okay. And who did you call in?
Well, we called the forensic center. We would have been calling various supervisors for the relative agencies that were on site.
Okay. And did you remove any items from the playhouse once those individuals arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you remove?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. Let's see. If I could see 42. Did I already ask for that one? I'm sorry. And I'm going to be asking for 22 through 27 in a second. If that helps. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Now, are these items still inside or are they outside the playhouse at this point? Can you tell, or do I need to?
Could I? It might help about there. That helps a little bit.
As far as it goes, it's a little dark on the screen. Would you like to see the exhibit?
Yes,
or
that
the
would
photograph
help.
itself?
That's much better.
22 through 27. Are you able to tell if that is inside or outside the playhouse?
It's just outside the playhouse on a like a perch or a porch area.
Okay. If I could have that passed back for just a moment. Okay. And at this point, is Evelyn's body still inside that trash can?
Yes.
Did law enforcement start the process of removing Evelyn from the trash can?
Yes, we did.
Did that take place there? Or did it take place at the forensic center?
Removing the items
body
in the trash can.
Yes.
It took place there on scene.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 22. Is this the start of that process?
Yes.
Can you please use your pointer and show us where Evelyn's head would be located in this photograph? Let's see.
I was pointing it the wrong way. It would be down in this area.
Okay. So essentially she was head down in the trash bag. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, stop it. They've already shown these photos once. We don't need to be objecting again.
Sustain. General, you can rephrase.
Okay. Was Evelyn in this trash bag?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Evelyn's head?
Are you wanting me to point or no? In this area.
Okay. Can you tell me, well, that's all I need on that one. Okay. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a continuation of the photographs that were being taken at the time I was taking the photographs.
Okay.
You can see the continued process of removing the contents from the trash can.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 194. Permission to publish. Okay. Can you tell the jury in particular what you noticed about the trash bag here, if anything?
Yes, this is a really good representation to show how the bag was packed down in the can. As you can see, essentially the outline of the can, the bag has maintained the shape when being pulled out of the can.
Okay. This has already been previously admitted as number 24. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is a continued photograph in the process of removing the items from the bag.
Okay. Is Evelyn in that bag?
Yes.
Can you tell us where her head is located?
Do you want me to use the pointer?
Yes, please.
It would be down in this area here.
Can you tell me what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the body of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here? Using the pointer if you need to.
Could you be more specific?
What are we looking at?
Okay. So again, the body is inside of these contents or this blanket. Right here is a blanket. It's grayish, and you can really start to see it's a little difficult to see on the screen with what it's doing with the colors, but right in this area, you're beginning to see the outfit that Evelyn has on. And in addition to that, you're beginning to see the shape of the head of Evelyn right here. And this is aluminum foil that is formed around the victim's head.
Previously marked exhibit number 26. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here?
This is a photograph of the trash bag after Evelyn's body was removed from the trash bag.
Okay. $26. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Here's the pointer.
Mm-hmm.
This picture, you can see again, the victim is lying here, this being the shape of the head. This is the trash bag. She had just been removed. And at the bottom of the bag were trash contents.
Okay. So what, was anything else in that bag that had been removed?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've got a bag there full of food debris. Had
Yeah.
anything else, was anything else located in that bag other than that food debris?
Along with the things that were already removed.
What else had been removed?
The blanket with the body and the aluminum foil.
So Evelyn's body was in that bag.
Yes.
Okay. Complete 34 and 40. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you tell the jury what they are seeing here?
Yes, you can really start to see the outline of the body at this point, of the body of Evelyn, which right here is the head, with the blanket formed to the head. This is the outfit. That is Evelyn's hand. And this is a blanket that is wrapped around Evelyn.
Okay, can you tell us where Evelyn's face is located?
It would be right in this area.
Okay. And I'm going to show you one more, previously marked as exhibit number 40. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at here?
Yes, here I was focusing in on the trash can, specifically for this item,
Okay.
which was a piece of gum that was stuck to the side of the trash can.
And was that collected?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. After Evelyn's body had been taken out, what was done with the foil, if anything?
The foil was collected and ultimately sent to the TBI lab, initially in Knoxville, and later on it was sent to our lab in Nashville.
Okay. Okay. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph taken later at the Knoxville lab of the aluminum foil that was collected.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the foil that was collected from the body of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 195.
Any objection? That was good.
And permission to publish.
Full exhibit one.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is different sheets of aluminum foil. They were stretched out as best that I could without damaging them, and I stretched them out onto a large table at the Knoxville lab and photographed them.
And were those also collected as evidence?
Yes, they were collected that night, and at the time they were at the Knoxville lab, and I believe shortly after that were sent to the Nashville lab.
After Evelyn's body was processed there at Muddy Creek, where did her body go?
It was taken to the forensic center in Johnson City.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
For Dr. Schmidt to complete an autopsy.
Okay. Did you ever receive confirmation that the remains found in the playhouse were those of missing baby Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if this is a good place to stop. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the point where we're going to stop for today. I'm going to admonish you not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial.
Not really sure why he's turned the sound off to say goodbye to the jurors. Anyway, that was a good place to stop. You're leaving, it sounds cruel, but you're leaving the jury now to stew on this until Monday. And they are taking away those images. The images that have been seen once, some of those images were shown by Agent Fraley, and it's leading us into the forensics. It's leading us into the foil being taken to the lab and then Evelyn's body being taken for an autopsy. So it looks like early next week we might be getting some of that forensic information. So that's interesting and very necessary. Heartbreaking, brutal, but very, very necessary for the justice process. So, unless he's going to pop back, and I don't think so. I think they're wrapping up. I think that's it for us. Until Monday. There we go. Thank you for watching with Court TV. All right. I think we should say goodbye here. Yeah, jury have so much to process. They do. They do. So early next week, I imagine we're going to be seeing some of the forensic evidence. There she goes. There she goes. You can go back to jail, Sen, and you can stew on it as well. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining me. I assume it's going to be a 9 a.m. start on Monday. But we'll see. I assume it's going to be 9 a.m. So I'll go live shortly before 9 a.m. Eastern, whatever that is in your local time. Thank you all. Thanks, mods, as always. You're doing a sterling job. And thank you to those that donated earlier on in the live stream. It's very much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day. There will be a video tomorrow. No live stream, though. Court has Sundays off. So we're back with this Monday morning. All right. See you soon. Bye, guys.